Correct. We are live on YouTube.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. As a regular meeting of the governing body, we're starting at 5:02 by my clock. We'll start with a Pledge of Allegiance, if we can, with Councilor Michael Garcia. Salute to the New Mexico flag with Councilor Faulkner, and then Councilor Cassidy, if you'll lead us with invocation and remembrances. Thank you. Please rise if you're able.
So I had a day where a lot of quotes about perfection kept showing up. For those of you who know me, I'm sure you'll be extremely shocked that I'm a type A double plus perfectionist. So it's something that I have struggled with my entire life. But first, the Steinbeck quote, the Steinbeck of "Now that you don't have to be perfect, you can be good," showed up in my yoga class this morning. And then somebody said, you know, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And these are concepts that I always think about when it comes to the work that we do here, because we are constantly trying out new things, trying to solve problems that, quite frankly, are unsolvable. But we try to improve them the best that we can. And inevitably, we are going to take some missteps, or we're going to try something that doesn't work. And there's often a lot of fear around that. But I want to encourage us as we continue to do this work tonight to look at the progress that we are making and know that, especially on some of our big issues, none of it's going to be perfect. But it doesn't mean that we are not taking the steps in the direction that we need to be going. And if we find that we're not, we inevitably will have the opportunity to turn around and try something else. So as we go forward with our work, I just want to thank everybody who is on this dais and everybody who is in the room, so many of our staff members and members of the community, for constantly striving to look for answers and solutions, as imperfect as they may be, but as they often are good, even if they're not quite complete. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there remembrances that folks would like at this time? I'll take Councilor Garcia first and then Councilor Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recognize the loss of Mr. Willie Marquez. He was somebody that definitely was a pillar of the community, in particular when it came to democratic politics and democratic campaigns. I'll always remember when I moved back to town in 2012-ish, and I got involved in helping some of our campaigns here, and Willie was the go-to guy that always knew where to not only find all the answers, but was always working to improve our community in many facets. And so he was definitely a strong leader in our community, and then he ultimately returned back home to his hometown in Las Cruces. And his absence was absolutely felt just with him moving. So just want to send my condolences to him and to Mona, to everybody else whose life he touched.
Councilor Lindell and then Councilor Cass.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize the life of Margie Kent tonight. I'm not sure how many people here actually knew Margie, but I knew Margie very, very well. I ate dozens and dozens of dinners at their house, and Margie and Tom were early Intel employees, and Margie was a Peter Pan child from Cuba, and 7 years old, she was put on a plane by Catholic Charities, and her new home was Canton, Ohio. bit of a cultural change. She went on to become the head of the Intel Foundation. Huge job and all over the world, made a difference in many, many, many lives. Tom and Margie made a mammoth difference in the lives of many in Santa Fe. They're quiet, very generous. And Tom and Margie had made the decision to move to Portugal. And they weren't there 6 weeks before Margie had a devastating cancer diagnosis. And from diagnosis, death was 24 days. Margie would absolutely want me to say, don't waste time. You get a finite number of days, and believe me, Margie Kent's lived her finite number of days to absolute max. And I'm thrilled that she was such a dear friend to me. Thank you, ma'am.
Claro que sí. I just want to take a couple minutes to send our love to La Alcaldesa Debbie Jaramillo, who lost her son this week. Thank you.
Just would like to say a few words about my aunts, Meg Hagenstead and my other aunts. Roberta Scherer, they both passed last month. And to say that these two women were like second mothers to me and that they had a huge influence on the woman I am today would be a massive understatement.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a busy night tonight. I also wanted to recognize Willie Marquez, and thank you, Councilor Garcia, for your kind words about him, and they really ring true. When he was here, he was a proud member of District 4, resident of District 4, and I had never been so informed about the Pueblo del Sol community since he left. He was really wonderful at both telling me the positive things that were happening, some of the challenges that were happening. The Pueblo del Sol Park, he had been very vocal about the challenges around there. And so I have missed him dearly since he moved down south, and will miss him dearly now, and want to really extend my condolences to his family and friends. And then I believe we may have recognized him last time, but also wanted to recognize the life of Chris Meyer, whose rosary is tonight, who, you know, was a wonderful father and a strong member of the St. Michael's community. And I know a dear friend for many of my friends in my peer group growing up. So I know a lot of them are mourning, as is his family, and so did want to send out condolences to them as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And this person may have already been mentioned. Our last council meeting, I was a little late, and you know, Tony Lopez, I'm sure he was already mentioned. But I wanted to say a couple of words because he was a dear friend, pillar of the community. Hermano Don Diego de Vargas. And little story about Tony, and everybody has their stories, but I remember early on when I was, you know, probably in my 20s, I was a new homeowner and had a roof leak. And somebody, you know, connected us, and he sent some guys over. It was, you know, minor repair, but it was still $400 or $500, which I didn't have at the time. And he says, you know what, we'll take care of it, not to worry. And that's the kind of generous person that he was. And many he was laid to rest yesterday. You know, veteran of wars, you name it, this guy was decorated. So just a humble little story about him, and remembering him from my part. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, you have another person?
Evelyn Ward passed away this week. Evelyn Ward was a Santa Fe living treasure. I was Evelyn Ward's medical power of attorney, and I said to, she told me not that long ago, she said, if I have a medical incident, don't you dare let them take me to the hospital. I was like, what, am I supposed to sit here for 2 or 3 days and wait and see what happens? She goes, that's right. That's what you need to do. That's why I named you the power of attorney. Well, I didn't have to make any decisions. He, what I would say, stuck the landing and diagnosed. So, well done, Miss Ward. But Evelyn Ward, grew up in Santa Fe, went to the University of Michigan, got a degree in music, and then decided that she would like to be a policewoman. So she became a detective in Tucson. And she specialized in mail fraud, interesting enough. And then she was animal centric. And if you ever go out to the animal shelter and you see all those acres and acres and acres, they're fenced in. Evelyn Ward had that fence designed and paid for it. And it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. She also started the program at the Food Depot called Food for Pets. And she single-handedly got that started and personally supported it so that pets had food. And we were sure that people were having their own food and not feeding their pets. So Evelyn Ward's, she also was a ham radio operator and made sure that this city, under the most dire emergency, would have communications. Pretty amazing feat. She was a quiet force that very, very few people knew, but I had the pleasure of knowing her pretty well, and she was a real pillar in this community. So good job, Evelyn. Made life better for a lot of people.
Councilor Merriwan. Unmute.
Yeah, sorry, the button wasn't working. Thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize the life and service of Tony Sautel. He's graduated from Stanford University, spent a year at Lancaster Theological Seminary, ultimately graduated from the University of New Mexico School of Law as a member of the Order of the Cough. He made lifelong friends with many in the political arena. He loved and served his community on the United Way of Santa Fe Board of Directors. He was president for 8 years, served as a pro bono attorney for the Santa Fe Rail Yard Community Corporation from its inception until he retired in 2019. He was a founding member of the United Church of Santa Fe, served as the pro bono attorney and later as board member and vice president of the historic Santa Fe Foundation, was instrumental in establishing the new hospital, physicians medical center, helped numerous nonprofit organizations, and was part of a family of volunteers as his mother was establishing the Santa Fe Community Foundation. His memorial services this week, and I just want to recognize his incredible service to this community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. This isn't directly local, but it touches us nonetheless. We had another tragic school shooting this morning in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the Annunciation Catholic School while children and their teachers were gathered together to celebrate a mass at the start of school. A gun person fired through the window, killing at least 2, injuring at least 17. I watched the press conference of governor and the mayor, and it's impossible not to shake your head in disbelief that we continue to see these things happen and watch families get shattered and communities mourn. And they said in the press conference, don't send us thoughts and prayers, send us action. We'll send thoughts and prayers, and we'll do our best to stand with people across the country who have these horrible experiences they have to endure, and know that we care deeply about all of them and all the people who are impacted in tragic ways. And we pray that it never happens here. Just take a minute and think about the folks who have been remembered, think about people in our community who are struggling, and also care for them as well. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Castro,
Presente.
Counselor Chavez,
Here.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Sure.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell.
Here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Here.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda as published, Madam Clerk?
No changes.
And there are some items removed from, oh, well, let's get a motion to approve the. There's a motion to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, can you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Now, the consent agenda there are some items taken off. Could you inform us of those? And then I have one to add.
Items M and O were removed by Counselor Michael Garcia. Item U removed by Counselors Castro and Lindell.
Counselor Garcia, your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I no longer need to pull item O as I got the question answered, so it can go back on consent.
Okay, so O is not removed, but the other ones you mentioned are, and I'm gonna remove item A, 9A, so that there can be some corrections made to that. So with that, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda
Motion to approve
as amended?
as amended.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion, please?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett, Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, let's go to the next item on the agenda, which I believe is presentation.
Item 8A, median beautification designs and project update. And here to speak is Parks and Open Space Project Manager 3, Scott Overly.
Among others. Let's see how our technology works tonight. There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor
There you
and
go.
counselors. It's nice to be here. We're going to be doing a presentation on the design, where we're at with the design project update for the beautification project.
Great. Make sure you're right smack in front of them. Whoever's speaking, I think for everybody's
me?
benefit. be in
Mr.
front-
Mayor, counselors, can you hear me okay?
Very good. Thank you.
We're very excited to be here tonight to give you this update on median beautification. I know this is a topic that is important to all of you. It's important to the Parks Division and really our whole community. So we're going to walk you through what we've begun. Back in January of this year, we received money from you and the state legislature, and we kicked off with a contract working with Sites Southwest to really engage the community on this very important topic. This initiative is more than just landscaping our medians. This, to remind you, is about the gateways to our city. So we looked at 4 corridors. We looked at Airport Road, Cerrillos Road, St. Francis Drive and Old Pecos Highway. And the purpose of looking at these is this is the first impression that people have of our city. And right now, quite frankly, it falls short of what we really want to put forward. It's often high maintenance, it's a lot of water using plants, it's often weedy, and we really wanted this project to correct that problem and help us put a step forward on those arterial entries and across our city. The other very important thing about this is that we saw this as an opportunity for us to really look at some long-term strategies for reducing weeds, create designs that would conserve water with sustainable practices. We wanted to create safe and attractive medians that had a sense of arrival. But also, we wanted to have this be lasting throughout these corridors. So we wanted to create templates that we could replicate throughout the city. So anyone working on a median could take this shovel ready and put in a high quality median. Now, some of the projects at the entryways are more complex and they have artistic impressions and they're really recognizing the city of Santa Fe and our unique artistic culture. But it also was about taking that and carrying it through these corridors. So we hope that you'll have a lot of favorable opinions on this. We spent a lot of time doing community outreach. We went to many neighborhood groups. We went to HOAs, we went to DOT, we went to our arts and culture groups. We have really done a lot of outreach, both in Spanish and English, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback. So real excited about it. We also worked with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, who has done such an excellent job on our medians downtown. So we have had great resources to learn from, and I think you're going to be excited about this project. I do want to turn it over to Site Southwest. We have Shasta Meehan here, and so she's going to walk you through. We also have Scott Overley, who has just been spearheading this project and is also here to answer questions, as will I. So we're going to turn it over, and we look forward to hearing feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So my name is Shasta Meehan. I'm a landscape designer at Site Southwest. And we're going to give you a project update. So as Melissa McDonald walked us through, we are working with the City of Santa Fe Parks and Open Space to design this project. As the landscape architecture design side, we're also working with an engineering firm, and that would be the Sauter Miller and Associates. We're working with Raymond Smith. So the purpose of the project was to develop a landscape design for 4 gateway medians in Santa Fe that are beautiful, safe, and sustainable, while highlighting the city's history and culture. As Melissa McDonald mentioned, another part of this project will also be to provide the adaptable design templates and an implementation plan for citywide median improvements. The funding for this project, we have received 1.7 million legislative and one-time GRT appropriations. And we are going to be looking for an additional 3.8 million. And this is based on preliminary costs, so that need could rise just as construction costs increase over time. Currently, so we have completed 5 public engagement meetings thus far. We are looking to have additional public engagement meetings as well. The design and construction plans that we are developing are that Airport Road entrance, Cerrillos Road entrance, North St. Francis Drive entrance, and the Old Pecos Trail entrance. And it's expected right now that construction will start in spring of 2026. So we are trying to complete these design plans as soon as we can. The primary goals for this project will be about safety. So we're really looking at how we can improve not only vehicle safety, but also maintenance safety and traffic calming features. We're looking at sustainability. So we're looking at how we can use low water use plantings and create few maintenance needy landscapes or reduced maintenance needy landscapes. And we're also looking at developing a sense of place. So really making these entrances feel special and unique to the city. And then in addition to that are the guidelines so that we can provide these templates and they can be recreated with other contractors. This is the context map. So this is showing where those 4 key entrances are located. And as you can see, we have those 4 primary entrances shown here. So off of I-25, Cerrillos and Old Pecos Trail, and then to the eastern side, we have North St. Francis Drive in the northeast, and to the west is Airport Road. We have had a lot of outreach in addition to the 5 public meetings that we have had so far. We've also held several interviews and different conversations with key stakeholders. So not only Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, but also the Santa Fe Public Works Department. We've talked with Santa Fe Complete Streets, Santa Fe Parks and Street Maintenance Crew, City of Santa Fe Arts and Culture Department, Santa Fe MPO, Santa Fe Rotary Club, and we also have had among these meetings other conversations with key civil engineers to really make sure that the designs that we put forward are going to be effective and just really, really strong designs. This is a look at, some of the current challenges and problems that exist in some of these median areas. So all of the photos shown here are from those 4 entrance locations. And what you're looking at is a lot of kind of weed overgrown. These are really maintenance needy landscapes with plantings that are not low water use. And they're really not as attractive. They lack the sense that we're looking for to really make these entrances special to the city. So looking at the first entrance, so this is Airport Road, and the image that you're looking at is a proposed design. And what we're showing is landscape walls that kind of meander through the median. And they might have some sort of artwork that not only reflects this kind of character of Airport Road, but also the city in a whole. And in addition to those walls, we would also have low water use plantings and really only having plantings in several areas just to reduce maintenance as much as we can. And then we have some hardscape areas. So we're looking at combining pigmented concrete with mortared cobble to create these patterns and designs in the hardscape that are really visually striking and pair in these landscape walls. So what this adds is not only visuals for the vehicles entering, but it also reflects the character of the city. We're also looking at how we can provide platforms within this design for future artwork and how we can work with future artists within the community. I also think it's key to say that in the areas where we are having proposed plantings, we will have gravel material here, but we're looking at ways at how we can reduce weeds in these landscape areas. So we're looking at a deeper section of gravel, at least 6 inches. And in addition to that, having weed barrier and trying to look at different innovative ways that we can really keep this as low maintenance as possible and keep it beautiful. So the second median reach that we're looking at is Cerrillos Road. And this has some similar designs as far as the landscape walls are, but they have a different character and different colors as well. So what we have shown here is a series of landscape walls that have a sort of platform at the center of them where there could be potential sculptures in the future. And we're also looking at how we might embed artwork into the walls, whether that's mural-like designs or potential glasswork in the designs as well. And to complement those walls, we have, once again, those low water use plantings and an array of hardscape design. And some of the consistency that we're trying to show between these medians is that we're using some similar materials behind them or between all the reaches, but the colors and the arrangement of them change to reflect those different entrance areas. And this is just another visual of those different hardscape patterns that we're proposing. And again, this would be the pigmented concrete as flat work paired with the mortared cobble. This image here, so this is for the North St. Francis Drive reach. This image was preliminary and the design will be changing, but this is just to reflect on some similar ideas that we've already shown where we have these raised pedestals and maybe they become more wall-like. And then some featured artwork that reflects this older character of town. So maybe it has some more native designed vases or something to reflect on the older character of the downtown area. And this area will also, again, have the pigmented concrete paired with the cobble. And then we'll have those gravel areas that have those weed reducing design features. And this image actually shows where the design has progressed for St. Francis Drive. I know that it's small up there, but we are kind of pulling this design more into some landscape walls similar to what you saw on the other reaches. An Old Pecos Trail. So again, this is also in a more preliminary phase. This is an older character zone of Santa Fe. So we're looking at what materials can reflect that character. So within the landscape walls, we're looking at how we might be able to use adobe brick or possibly mortared rock to just reflect that character more of the surrounding area. And again, these walls would be arranged in a really aesthetically pleasing and beautiful way. I would say that this area of town has a lot of natural character already. There's a lot of existing plants on this median reach. So the intent for this reach is that we would be doing more of a refreshing approach and we'd be adding to some of the existing planting palette, but just making sure that everything we add is very low maintenance and low water use. And at this point, the next steps will be additional public engagement, like we spoke to before, and also stakeholder outreach. So we have been in contact with several folks who we mentioned before, and we'd like to continue that conversation with them. Final design. So 100% construction drawings for all 4 gateway median reaches are the goal. So that we can get to that expected construction date of starting in spring of 2026. And then after all of that is said and done, we are really hoping to have those design guideline templates so that we can be able to hand those off to the city for whichever contractors they'll be working with so that we can continue these design features throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, councilors, do you have questions for us?
Sure there will be. Let's just start to my right, Councilor Castro.
Sure. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sure I will have more and I will follow up, but just looking at the initial drawings, I do see some barriers on either side of the road. And so I imagine these are designed not to be pedestrian engaged in any way. These aren't designed to be crosswalks in any way. Are we changing the landscape of some of these larger two-way streets?
Thank you, Councilor Castro. I'm trying to understand the question. So on the sides of the roads, we're really not addressing those at this point. So we're just talking about the median, the islands, so to speak. And we're not looking at increasing or decreasing the footprint of those islands as of now. So we're using those islands and the footprints as our kind of border in which the designs would be.
Perfect. And I don't want to get too far into like our jargon, but we're not doing anything in terms of the streetscape. We're only dealing with the median itself. And these drawings, preliminary drawings, are designed to only look at the median, not anything in relation to the side of the road or the sidewalk or anything like that, correct?
Council Pastor, that is correct.
Great. Thank you so much. And I have no more questions for now.
Thank you. I'm just gonna, we have people who are zooming in. Do either Counselor Chavez or Counselor Romero Worth have a hand up? I don't see it on the screen, but if you'd like to weigh in now, you're good? Okay. Counselor Garcia, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and all the work that went into creating some beautiful spaces for not only residents, but guests of our community. You mentioned in the presentation that the budget is potentially going up from 1.7 to 5.5 million. Why such a drastic increase? I mean, cause me pause. I'll admit that to me, when we start working on a project with the value of 5.5 million for, let me ask the question of this: what is the square footage of these medians that were these 4 different areas that we're looking to address? What is the total square footage?
Mayor, Mr. Counselor Garcia, I'm going to let the design team answer the square footage, but the original budget was, I believe, 3.3 million, and we received 1.7 million. And majority of cost increase are due to just construction standards going up. Concrete, different things have gone up in price significantly in the period that we had presented this information. Additionally, as we do designs, we go to the community, we get input about what they want. So the design itself changes the cost of things. But I'm going to let the design team talk about the square footage.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and councilors, I would like to also introduce George Radnovich, who's with Site Southwest.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Apologies, I ran late today. Traffic pulled me up. But Councilor, the reason is also that there wasn't a design when the original budget was cast. It was cast on mostly a square footage or linear footage cost, and now we have a design that we can cost out. So we did a very detailed cost estimate for this stage of work, and we feel pretty confident that the cost that we came up with is a valid one. So it was really just as the design gets more and more accurate as we move forward in the design, it gets more and more, we get more and more able to create a cost estimate that's more and more accurate. And there just wasn't a design before. It was an estimate.
Understandable. How much was the square footage that we're working on right now?
We don't have that number. We didn't calculate it that way. We calculated it by the linear footage, but we used square footage costs of, I believe, for the hardscape, Shasta, correct me if I'm wrong, we used $20 a square foot. And that is an average which covers the cobblestone that's mortared in place and the concrete that's colored and treated, poured and so forth. We used $8 a square foot for the landscaping itself, which includes the gravels and the landscape and water for the project. We're not doing a traditional irrigation system on the project, but we calculated cost for getting that water to the plants. So those are the two general costs. And what we did is we used those square footage costs, calculated that across the width of the median, and then calculated the length of the median from there. So they're pretty accurate figures at this point.
Okay. Well, I would, and the reason I ask is because I'd want to, not only for myself, but for the public to get a firm understanding of how much median space we're actually updating for a potential cost of $5.5 million. That's a lot of money. I mean, that is a lot of money just based off of the map that's provided here. If you're looking at the context, that's maybe a third, if that, a third of Airport Road. That's maybe at best, maybe 40% of Cerritos Road from I-25 to the Airport Road, Rodeo Road interchange. That looks like it's a good maybe 70% of Old Pecos Trail up into the Y, where St. Michael's and Old Pecos Trail separate. And then I'm having a bit of a harder time figuring out where this would be on St. Francis. It looks like it almost might be right as it's coming into the city. I mean, that one's a bit more challenging to determine. Now,
It's between Alamo, which is right at the edge of the interchange, and then goes up to West Alameda.
okay, so again, when at the end of the day, the way I look at it from my perspective, my job is to ensure that taxpayers are getting their dollars worth, and could taxpayer dollars be used better elsewhere? I think this is a conversation we need to have, honestly, before we move forward, because my next question is, it said constructions to start in 2026. Is that with the budget of 1.7 million or with a potential budget of 5.5 million?
Mayor and councilors, that would be doing one of the medians starting with Airport Road, because we want to align it with the reconstruction of Airport Road. And we've been working with the streets division to make sure that comes in at the same time. And I believe that all of these can be looked at for cost savings. The gateways are artistic pieces. The areas between them will not come anywhere near the square footage cost. So because they're gateway medians, when you come into the city, we want them to reflect and invite people to the city. So that the artwork component, I think, increases that a little bit more than, say, the templates, which will do all the other medians. So the work that we're doing, say, with NMDOT, we can apply that same template with them, or say people who want to adopt medians, they can take that template and have it shovel ready. So that cost will be significantly less. And I'm not sure that you can maybe comment on the costs associated with those.
Well, and I think that was a question I had, because you mentioned it was NMDOT. St. Francis is not our road. So how do we work with the state on that? Because again, I'd love for us to have a beautiful median on both ends of St. Francis, but if the state says no, then we have no obligation or no requirement nor authority to do so. So I think that to me, again, I as I mentioned, I do have some pause and concern around the value of 5.5 million, because I heard that, well, when we had community engagement, that raised the cost. Well, I completely understand that, because if somebody offers me the opportunity to design my dream home, I'm going to build a 10-room house with all the amenities, but it all comes down to the budget. And I think that's where we need to be honest with residents, is this is the money we have. We're going to try to fit in as many of your requests into this 1.7 million and make it stretch as far as possible. Because lastly, I guess the last question I have is, where's the 3.8 million going to come from? And I think that's probably the only time I have left, but that's a big dollar amount. Where's the 3.8 million going to come from?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I do think that we got a portion of money from the state legislature, which wasn't the total portion. So we, of course, would want to show the state that we have designed and cared for these medians. So we hope that they would take that into consideration, and that this body would support going forward to get additional funding. I also think that there's opportunity if we could present templates that are well thought out and shovel ready. And so when you ask where and how do we work with NMDOT, this is meant to work with them so that it's approved. So on arterials, which these are, so unlike Keep Santa Fe Beautiful's medians, we have to meet a higher standard. It has to be engineered. So the scope of this project was to have it pre-engineered. So people don't have to put in tons of money to get engineers out to design these things. So I view this as the gateway medians, which are improving the overall character of our entryways and the ongoing areas of the city. And we could take these templates and do one or two of the entries and then focus entirely on the template. So it's really up to this body to determine how they want to use the menu of options that we're providing you. I also believe that when you have a full design that you can show people, you can actually raise money for things. So people see how beautiful it is, and we can potentially get people who want to fund it. So I think that I understand the concern definitely. And it was a concern for us. We obviously can't control the market and the increased construction costs. And that's very important to factor in this too. And it may go up. Tariffs may really influence some of the things that we do. A lot of this is materials that we have here, but concrete's gone up. There's a lot of costs that we could not control. So I appreciate that. And I would put forward the idea, if you have a design that you can bring to people, you have a better chance of getting them to donate. And so much of our community and our parks and everything that we do is working with our community, getting donations, getting grants, getting support, and going back to the revenues that we have. So that's my answer, sir.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the context, and I just want us to have a stronger plan for the 3.8 because it's not on our list as our top priority. I don't believe it's on our list even in general. But I guess my last comment is I appreciate that we're looking at the gateway medians, but more importantly, we need to focus on our inner city medians, and those where we're seeing a lot of challenges. And when we invest 5.5 million on our gateways, I hope we invest at least triple that for our inner city medians, because it's residents that travel these roads every single day in the inner city deserve to have a beautiful median just as much as somebody who's driving into our community. So I get that's more of a comment, but thank you for all the work that went into this.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rendell, you're good. Counselor Faulkner?
I would just echo Councillor Michael Garcia's comments that I understand the gateways and how important they are, but there are also a lot of medians throughout the city that the residents have to see that we could work on too. But I think this is a great plan. Love it.
Counselor Merriworth, I don't know if you have a hand up, but if you'd like to, your slot is next up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the team for the work that they've put into this. This has been a long process, and I think the level of work and the professionalism that has gone into it is really worth commenting on. So just thank you for the work. I'm glad we're at the point now where we can maybe start to execute and find the funding that's necessary and really beautify the city, whether it's at the gateways or through the town itself. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you all so much for being here. I find it really funny when there's topics that 7 years ago I would not have cared about at all that I get really excited about, like medians. So I was very excited to see this update here tonight. I really appreciate the conversation around public art on Airport and Cerritos. I have often said in these chambers that Santa Fe needs to be an art city in every part of the city, and the South Side often is forgotten there. We have some areas where it has shown up, and Keep Santa Fe Beautiful has done a wonderful job. But I really welcome that opportunity to put that public art in those medians and look forward to hearing more about how those pieces would be chosen, would they be permanent, what this starts to look like. And as we continue to move forward with this project and move into the city, really looking at the ways that we can beautify the south side, where we don't necessarily have kind of this like the art culture that's grown up and the architecture and all of that organized chaos that leads to the beauty that is downtown. And it's a lot more of the, just kind of homes and buildings. And we've forgotten about beautification in many parts of the south side. There's absolutely gorgeous parts of the south side as well, but really excited to see those on the roadways. I've been excited about this project for a couple reasons. One, I hear a lot about our medians. I hear a lot about how people are unhappy with weeds. They don't like the growth. They don't like the way it looks. It looks sloppy. It can be dangerous. So a big piece of this for me that I'd like to understand more and was touched on was how to control weeds. Because part of this, when we were talking about this investment, both it's the design and having something shovel ready, but there's also this conversation around we are looking to reduce the hours of maintenance on the medians. And as we've had robust conversations around parks, and of course the amendment to the budget that Councilor Romero Worth and I sponsored that, has an extra crew coming in. It's a contract crew for medians specifically so that we can get more of the staff members on that park SWAT team. But part of this is I'm hoping to hear more about how this is one, how are we going to control those weeds? Make sure that those don't show up. We know that nature is not as controllable as sometimes we think it may be, but also what this is going to mean, especially as we continue to move into the city for our staff time and how we might be able to redistribute that.
Mayor, Councilor, thank you for asking that question, actually, because a big part of what we're doing here is trying to reduce cost for maintenance of medians in the long term and to make these medians pesticide free or less pesticide needy might be another way to say that. And we're using a number of techniques to do that. We're looking very carefully at the mortared joints between those cobblestone areas that we just talked about. We're extending the scoring and the expansion joints in the concrete areas to cut down on places where where weeds can get a foothold. And we're actually even putting barriers below those joints in the median, in the concrete areas, so that it impairs weed use there. We're also looking at some materials that can be put in those joints so that weeds don't grow in those joints between the concrete. Another thing that Shasta brought up was the 6-inch depth gravel that will cut down weeds, and we're sort of piggybacking on something that our company did in Bernalillo County. We were hired to do what is called an IVMMP, which is an integrated vegetation management and maintenance plan, and we came up with about 30 best management practices to cut down on weeds specifically in all of their public lands that they control in the Parks and Recreation Department. So we're bringing that knowledge with us as well to deploy on the thinking for this project. And we're bringing those ideas and those concepts to this project. So the weeding, we're really trying to make this project as weed-free as we can possibly do, which will cut down on maintenance costs for the city of Santa Fe. And also, it may be a little more expensive in the beginning, in the implementation, but maintenance costs will be much, much less with the way we're designing these medians.
Yeah, that was actually going to be one of my questions around, front loading this investment. I imagine that all of these tactics, of course, because there's additional materials and specific materials that are going to cost extra. But I think that as we are looking at how we are spending our dollars, That is important because the more that we can open up the Parks Department for being able to do a lot of the things that we're asking of them in our parks and on our trails is something that's really positive to me. A couple other, I'll just rattle them real fast because I'm running out of time. Values of the city that we've talked about with this. One is being a bee-friendly city. Another one is how we support, I believe we've had conversations around monarch butterflies and making sure that there's natural, plants that will attract them and will feed them. We've also talked about the way that you can utilize medians and the visual streetscape to actually help slow down traffic because of how the street presents to the driver. Doesn't make it look as fun that it can speed down. So again, when we start thinking about ways that we might be able to invest that are going to help us in other ways and other places that we are having a hard time funding to the extent that we would like, that is another area that we've discussed, as well as median safety and how we make sure that, people are not, parking themselves on the medians, running across streets, onto the median. So I know that was a whole host of things, but can you speak at all to those items that I hope are part of this design?
Absolutely, Counselor. I'm going to let Shasta talk to the pollinator idea because she works.
You might need to get a little closer to the mic. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Zoomers won't be able to hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm going to let Shasta talk to the pollinators that we're including in those plants because she worked very hard on that part of the project, and we can talk more about the other things. So thank you, Mayor and Council.
Counselor, I would say that when we were putting together the planting palette, obviously we were looking at the low water use plantings. So there are some limitations to that in far as having, shrubs that have a lot of floral capabilities. But we do have several specimen that will have very colorful flowers and will be attractive for pollinators. So we have, I think, several different varieties of Hesperaloe. We have some other native pollinators like Apache plume. Chamisa will have the bloom as well. There's a handful, and Bluma spirea will actually be a big one too. So we do have that incorporated. They are, larger, hardier shrubs, but they will still be attracting pollinators within the medians.
One more thing I'd like to mention, Mayor, Councilor. Reds and blues attract bees and hummingbirds and butterflies. And we've concentrated on those colors for the medians. Not to say that there will be yellow and other pollinators there as well, but they should help attract those pollinators in a way that, as Shasta said, will be water conservative. Did that answer all of your questions?
Well, it answered about pollinators. I'm curious about road safety, kind of the visual streetscape, slowing down cars, as well as deterring individuals from darting across to get to a median that we're in a place where they should not be safely, or they cannot safely cross.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor. One of the things we might say, and I'm going to go back to something that we already talked about a little bit. We're working with streets. Oh, I'm sorry. I can describe it about that. We're working with streets and the Public Works Department to come up with perhaps some colors for the gutter pan and the median curb that will also help to narrow visually the size of these lanes. And the other thing that we're doing is with these walls that we're proposing as the stanchion for artwork, and the walls that will kind of make those designs down the median. Those are proven, just like trees and plants are, to cut down on traffic speed and congestion.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I never knew I'd be so excited about medians. I have a few more questions, but I will pass pass on the mic, see if those get answered. But I really thank you all so much. Really, really excited to watch this part of the project come to fruition, and very excited, especially to watch these get started in Districts 3 and 4 on the south side to get some of that public art over there. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Nice, thank you for the presentation. I did hear you mention, and I think this is important, that we do look at these corridors because, you know, not just our residents, but I do appreciate the nod that maybe Airport Road is maybe one of the first on the list. But I would also ask, because if you ask our constituents, we want that road paved first. And I mentioned this because comment that you made, Director McDonald, in regards to maybe doing them together. And so again, that may push things out. But so is that something that again, given the conversation over the 1.7 million, the budgeting, which one goes first, how do we stack the dominoes, so to speak?
Hi, Counselor Garcia. I'm going to answer that question. Maybe together is not the right word, but coordinated.
Sorry.
And the reason I say that is because we did verify, as I mentioned, that we're not looking to expand the footprints of the medians. And so we can tentatively, or as we're thinking this through, go in there and actually do the construction on the medians first, and having conversation with streets, looking at this, they could even come in after us and be able to do their work. And so it would be within a short period of time after, potentially. I can't speak exactly what their schedule is, but the idea is that seeing that that is going to be done sooner than later, that's where we wanted to look and do the construction first. It just made sense to give the whole package once it's all completed.
And I think Director Wheeler's, she ran up here to maybe give a couple of.
Hello, Mayor. Councilor Garcia. Yes, thank you for the question about the paving of Airport Road and the timing for that. The bond has been funded. We are working on bringing a bar to the governing body now to actually put that money into budget so that we can issue purchase orders. As I've said, Airport Road is our top priority for the pavement projects, of all of the pavement projects on the bond. So those purchase orders will be issued this year for the work on that. We're running out of paving time fast in this year. It's possible that some portions could be done. That would be a sort of a miracle, but we're pushing for it because we still have to get the money into the budget, and then we have to issue the POs. But we'd be working hard to get a little done. But certainly this spring, which seems to be the date for this project, is the latest that the Airport Road repaving would start.
Thank you. And again, I didn't, that update is very welcome. As many of our constituents, Councilor Faulkner and myself, are constantly getting calls on, but that comment just intrigued me because we're going to wait for a median beautification project. It's like, which makes more sense. Our constituents want the road paved. But I think it is important. I'm interested to see the conversation going forward and how this is managed, because there is definitely a spread between money that is appropriated, money that we need, and you can't do it all at the same time. So once again, thank you for the presentation, and I'll be looking forward to see how this plays out. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for being here and for the hard work. I don't have a question. I just want to add a little more context to what I think is really a significant project in so many different ways. It addresses a lot of comments and concerns and aspirations that I hear from our residents and also from our legislators and from the governor herself. People are aware and proud that we're the capital of New Mexico, and they want the capital to look great at all times. And I think it's fair to say that our medians in general all over the city could use kind of thoughtful, intentional planning that you're providing. We have got lots of different medians that look lots of different ways, and we actually don't have templates, and we don't have a strategy, and we don't have a coherent look that really does reflect the values of the city as a art capital, as a state capital, as a community that has much variety, but also much continuity all over the city when it comes to the look and the feel. And so the work that you're showing us, I think, among other things, in addition to what people have talked about already when it comes to reduced maintenance, more safety, it puts a good look to a very important feature of the city, which is how do the medians come across? And are we taking pride in them? Are we using resources to upgrade their look? And I think the money, obviously we don't have the money yet, but I do believe the reason we got that first installment was because people in the legislature and the governor herself has spoken quite frequently and quite forcefully about how important it is to them that the capital look like a capital and be beautiful everywhere. And that the medians reflect that sense of pride of place and design and art and culture. And so your proposals really advance that in so many different ways. And yet there is a coherence and a consistency to what you're offering. And the template can be replicated. The templates can be replicated, which also gives folks a roadmap to the future so that as we build out what we are being given, there's a way to see it spread and become connected all across the city. So I'm very enthusiastic about what you've proposed. I think you've got more constituent feedback to get, which is always a good thing. And then I'll bring it back to the governing body for a process to begin implementation and go search for additional dollars so that the work is done. The work that's done reflects the quality of the design. I'd hate to see us dumb down the design and come up with something that we accept, but we're not enthusiastic about, and then we try to do it over again in a few years. Let's do it right the first time. I appreciate the update, but more than the update is the work that is behind the update. Really very exciting and very thoughtful work that you've all done. So thank you. More question, Councilor Garcia?
Yeah, just a request if we can get it, or not tonight, I know that's not handy, but if we could get the square footage, that way we can put the value on this, because if this is seen as a potential template for inner city medians, I would like residents to ultimately understand what it would cost to update every median throughout the inner city of Santa Fe with this template, because this is 5.5 million. It's got to be in $100 million plus range, which that's where my concern comes from. I'd like for us to create a model that we can replicate throughout the entire city that's not going to break the bank. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. You wanted to
Mr. Mayor
respond?
and Councilor Garcia, we will take that back and try to come up with a square footage price. I do want to just reemphasize that the gateways cost more than the template. And I also wanted to make you aware that we've been in conversations with the Rotary Club and Buddy Roybal and some local folks to maybe be a pilot project to do an installation on some of these less expensive areas. So we might have an opportunity to test that out should we move forward. So thank you so much.
Terrific. Thanks for being here. Appreciate the good work and look forward to the next step in the process. It's a very welcome project. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation, I believe.
Item 8B, Paseo Real Wastewater Treatment Update, and here to present is Wastewater Division Director Mike Dozier.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, good evening. I really wanted to just come and give a summary of some of the projects we've completed, some good successes we've had with our E. coli, not just meeting the E. coli limits, but also getting access online so that the E. coli readings can be visual, seen by any of the customers. Talk a little bit about our vacancies and where we're trying to go with making the vacancies, filling the vacancies basically, and getting more input from groups, everybody coming in from the operators, like starting off with the new operators and teaching and training these operators. Also trying to compensate our operators better and give some kind of incentive to keep them here. Lastly, we're gonna talk a little bit about the treatment plant and the upgrade or rebuild, replace. We have released a RFI. We had a great turnout. RFQ is already released at the moment and headed towards hopefully the RFP and getting a treatment plant designed or something within a hybrid of a replacement. So for this year, fiscal year projects, 10 large projects that were very, very important and have been working on for more than just last year, but they were all pretty much completed this past year. The UV rehabilitation, our ultraviolet system is old. It is no longer taken care of by the manufacturer. They do not produce parts or anything for it, but we actually found a company that rehabilitates such old equipment and keeps them running properly. Our UV now has been showing, once you see the numbers since November, it has been doing way better. It is actually running at 100%. It's not changing or varying through power levels. It runs consistently and it's staying strong enough to eliminate the bacteria that we're trying to take care of. Tertiary treatment filtration is added filtration to the end of our facility, as we have had problems with turbidity and added solids that are going out towards the tertiary treatment, which is right before going into the UV system. And now that our system that we are running and have consistent is going, the added support of the rental filters just gives us that one up extra little amount that we know that, you know, we can keep particles from getting in the water, going out through the UV that can actually shadow a bacteria, and the UV will be ineffective on that bacteria. The septic receiving and pipe stand area had an old building. It was an old Morgan building, basically a tough shed, retrofitted to be office area for our actual attendant out there, and it has just been, I believe, 30 years old, so it was ready to get removed and replaced. The administration and training building was added piece that we thought through while we were trying to figure out how to lay the groundwork and get at least somewhere that we can have actual trainings and enough space that we can hold a training, which now we're actually trying to get final approval from SFCC to hold actual water classes and wastewater classes at the facility. So secondary clarifiers 5 and 6, they had been offline for a bit. They were frustrating us in the equipment. There was parts that just, they work on a chain and flight system, which is basically sort of a bike chain that just moves these large flights across and skims the water. Well, there's a lot of issues that we had with previous older chains. There was a new design created by the company, and this chain is actually working 100 times better than the older chains. They're not stretching or falling out of place. So it was a real it was a real help to get those clarifiers back online to help also settle out solids so that we don't have that going towards the tertiary filters that we were renting. The headworks, we replaced one of the screens and we're in the works of replacing another currently. And retro the design a little bit just to get away from having an actual conveyor belt moving solids away to where we're feeding it directly into a dumpster. And that change was done, it was 2 years ago that we actually started on that process, and it took about 1.5 years to get the equipment built and replaced, and then about another year to get it installed. The north aeration basin that was the main culprit of most of our issues that we've had in the past 6 years is back online. The aerators have been, all the aerator top membranes have been replaced, and 2 full sets that you'll see in a picture here were actually replaced. So the system is back online as of last week, that it isn't, it's running and isn't being turned off and put back running online. The plant and tertiary treatment generators were finally replaced this year. We had issues with one of the plant generator, and the tertiary treatment generator could only turn on 2 banks of UVs at a time. So we upsized that one. We've got a larger 600 kW generator in there. The plant is running off an 800. And we have one more that we're going to be replacing, and we're going to be replacing all of the wiring headed to that other generator. It's actually at the headworks. That one is running currently, but it's not the best, and it was from the year 2000, so it is 25 years old already. Once that generator is in place and the wiring is changed, we're also adding automatic transfer switches so that when the power goes out, the automatic switch will turn it on. We do not have to worry about it. Currently, whenever the power goes out, an operator has to actually go and charge one system and discharge the other system to turn on the generator. Also, on top of it, we added 1,800,000 feet of fiber optic wire. What the fiber optic wire is doing is to interconnect every building at the facility so we can bring in any kind of informational portions of the systems that feeds into our SCADA system that controls everything at the plant. Every building will now be able to be interconnected, and we're in the process of getting all of those terminal ends connected into programmable logic controllers and computer systems off of every pump, every drain, every valve that is actuated automatically. They should all be interconnected, hopefully by the end of next calendar year. We also had multiple pump replacements, and I mean, since 2019, I believe every single pump has been replaced at the plant as of this year. So just a few photos to show what a couple of the ones that I'm talking about that are actually something you can visualize. This was actually a standpipe receiving area. The old building's off to the side with the growth on the side. It's a really nice vine. We actually kept it. We propped it up out there. Now, that old Morgan building was, you know, not the best of shape, but at the same time, it posed a lot of problems because it's literally just 2x4 walls, not very much insulation. So we had to have the air and heat going in it constantly. The new building is actually retroed Connex blocks. So they turned the Connex box into an office with a restroom and heat and cool. It is fully insulated. I was actually pretty surprised and a little worried it was going to be a hot box in there. And the other day I'm standing in there speaking to the operator and I couldn't believe how comfortable it was in there. It was nice and cool. It was very, very different from the other building. The admin and training building, we've got the training room. We can hold up to about 25 students comfortably. We had the RFI meeting and there was 32 individuals from other companies and about 10 of us from the city in that room. And it was actually not too bad. It was comfortable. We had plenty of seats and you could control everything and use the either screen that's in there. One of them is actually a smart board, so you can actually put up onto the screen and write directly on the screen with a stylus pen. The headworks, what I was explaining, the picture, the lower picture shows the belt that was in place before on the previous system, which was very problematic and created other issues. The new system, you can see that sort of trapezoidal looking piece of metal that's feeding right above the dumpster that it totally removed the entire belt piece. So it takes away that issue and we have the solids just dropping directly into the dumpster to be hauled away to the dump. This is a picture of the North Aeration Basin. The picture that you see, all those round small circles and the white tubes, those are the actual aerating grids. Every single circle on there was replaced, the membrane that's on top of it, but only 2 different grids that are a picture of that simple piece that's in there on the bottom. Only 2 of those actually had to be replaced out of 7. So we completely replaced the 2 and got that basin back online. Couple of pictures of generators. I mean, they're not really exciting to look at, but they're amazing to us because it's something that now we have power and we don't have to freak out of when the power's coming back on. This one isn't from the plant. It's actually one of the headaches that I learned to deal with coming in 2019, that there was actually a bump in the line that goes under St. Michael's Road and would hold back particles from the wastewater coming from the hospital going down the arroyo to our trunk lines. It took a while to get it figured out and how we could actually manage to get that line replaced, in that it's about 22 feet down from the side of the road. You can see where they have the boxes where they were getting in there. The boxes that is on that tractor, that is 8.5 foot to 10 foot high box. There's 3 of them in the hole that's behind the gentleman that's standing there. So we actually had them bore a hole through the road because a 20-foot hole in St. Michael's was just not going to happen and nobody was going to allow that. So we ended up boring underneath it, got the line interconnected, and pretty much by the end of next month, we should be completed with the manholes and the additional return of vegetation and all, so that we can be back to flowing through a line that doesn't have a hump in it that would hold solids, and periodically have to have our guys out there flushing those lines. And just to have to be flushing in a line with a manhole that deep, it's dangerous at first, and at the same time it's just very cumbersome trying to make everything work and get through there. On top of it, we were trying to get it done before the new center opens, also the cancer center area that's next to the hospital. Now back to how we're doing and talking about the E. coli. So far on the E. coli, the NPDES permit, which is a number of 410 colony forming units per day on a daily limit. We've had 1 exceedance since November of last year on the 1st. no exceedances of our geometric mean for the month. It's, they don't do an average, they'll do a geometric mean for that calculation. On our discharge permit, that is the DP 289, the one that we actually use for watering golf courses or any of the reuse water usage, we have had 6 exceedances. It is a lower number. It's at 126 CFUs. But we had each one narrowed down to what the issue was, and it was a exceedance for a day, maximum 2, and back online again. No more, 2-3 weeks in a row that we don't have water to even send to the courses. Oddly enough, the craziest one that was pretty recently, we found a dead duck in the UV system off on one side, and it was where we take out the UVs every week and do a cleaning in an acid bath. And the operators were pulling that one out and found one sitting on the side. Next day results, good. So it was taking care of that one. Now, on the geometric mean for that permit, we haven't had any exceedances either since 11/1. So now the other piece here, I don't currently have an internet connection at the moment, but you can click on the bottom little hyperlink and it'll take you directly to the website. If you don't have the hyperlink, you can go to the wastewater section of the Santa Fe website and look under, I believe it's Reclaim Water Data is the name of the actual tab where you would click onto. So the results, the longest it'll take to get a result uploaded could be around 3 days. Usually the next day the results already in there, but you can toggle between dates, times, span of time if you want to look from I believe we have information in there for the past 3 to 5 years. So you can search back, you can search forward. On the side, it'll give you what the actual daily values were if you're in a monthly or daily, and it'll tell you what the actual parameter for the permit limit is. And that brings us to the vacancies. So we do have 23 vacancies. They're all in different sections of wastewater. The really highlighted ones that we're trying to focus on and get filled is the collections and operations teams. Now, the operations team is taking the largest hit with 10 vacancies and collections team with 6 vacancies. The collections positions and the operator positions, both of them we're trying to work into the piece of the here and now that's for the operators here. So incentives to try to motivate them to jump into different levels. For one, retentions. So each operator, once you have a level 1 up to the level 4, we're ranging from $2,000 to $5,000 bonus for the year. The other proposed target salaries that we're actually trying to realign water and wastewater. So it's always been the way, and it's been something in most cities that most operators want to go work the water side because they tend to make more money. Well, we're trying to get this fixed with our utility operator positions, that everybody is the same across the board and you're paid for the licenses you have, not for being that you want to work at the water plant, not the wastewater plant. So the target salaries that are really interesting on the comparison side is once you get down to, say, like the operator 3 and the operator 4. So water operators were making 6 to 9% increases for water just to add to their pay. Wastewater, it turns into 23 to 26%. That is pretty outrageous at most of the wastewater operators with level 3s and 4s were, almost 25-30% on average lower than every water operator with a level 3 or a level 4 in the water side. Back jumping into the grow your own tactics and the thoughts. We've been utilizing the engineering firm Hazen and Sawyer to work on area process and expectation. We call them the APE trainings. Basically, every training is following through each segment of the process that we have at the facility and creating a way to train and at least impact the knowledge of all the older operators on anybody coming into the facility. Also using it as refreshers for the operators that are already at the facility. We also have been working on resetting a asset management software and then implementing it and having trainings on those. So all of the asset management information is really great for a person entering into the facility as an operator. We can cut through our asset management information and call out every single pump or air conditioner or building, whatever it is you're looking for, and directly take them to that equipment. In the equipment, we're gonna try to set up a way that you can have an actual operating manual or troubleshooting manuals in our software so that when we do send them out on a work order or something, you can literally just pull that up on an iPad and look through it and know what you're working on, know who made it, who designed it, how it's going to work and how it's supposed to work, and troubleshoot it from there when you need to do a repair. Also, like I mentioned earlier, working with Santa Fe Community College, trying to find some way to get more operators into the programs. We're also working with Christine, that she's in her, I believe they're calling it what is it, Mr. Mayor? I don't remember what they're calling the
Sustainability.
Is it a sustainability? Okay, the new department coming up, which is great. And she has real good connections through all of the Santa Fe public schools. So we're also going to try to get into any of the people graduating high school wanting to come out into the workforce, and they may not want to go directly to college or something. They may want to work a blue collar job out in the city that they live. So getting them enticed and more willing to want to come into this kind of work is another key piece that we think is going to help a lot to get us, where we need to be so we can actually grow our own, and in 3 to 5 years from now actually have, a surplus of operators that we have to deal with. That would be amazing. Lastly, we had an RFI, which is request for information. One day we had a plant walk around, question and answer session. We actually had 32 individuals show up from 11 companies, which was really exciting for us because we were really worried that we weren't going to get very much interest in coming and building a treatment plant here in Santa Fe. So that initially was very exciting. Now we're working on the release. The RFQ is released. This meeting, we were supposed to be giving this presentation last meeting, but it got bumped to this one, so we didn't get to revise much in here. That it was released last week. Tentative award date in October, and the plan is to select 3 qualified design teams. Now, once the request for proposal goes out, those design teams, once we select, we would select the design team that actually is going to do the work. We're letting them work through finding what the best plan is to move forward. Now, the decision for the committee and the mayor will end up being in 2027 of what direction we go, how we make this work. And if we're literally gonna build a new plant or they're gonna figure out some hybrid in between, that will be taken care of through the RFP and we'll do a final decision at the end. Now, really with this RFP, we're trying to find the most resource efficient solutions. We want to meet the water quality standards, and we wanted this to happen for 30 to 50 years, that we have a facility running and working correctly. Whether a newer water treatment plant involves complete replacement or some kind of hybrid in between, that they actually utilize equipment there at the facility, and how we work that into the cost and the build of a facility. So things that are in that process also, if we build a new facility, all of the generators we're putting in, they're already preset and ready that they could be moved to anywhere else they need to go. They're not something that has to stay permanent in that spot. So we have brand new generators. We could pretty much save around $1 million on the new process of whatever we work on. The other issues that start coming up in that process is no matter whether they're using parts of the facility or they're just building a whole new one on virgin ground somewhere near the facility, we have to keep this facility running until the other one's ready to take over, because there's no way to just stop the water coming. You know, it's like there's no such thing as a no flush notice. So it would be fun to put one out, but we don't have any. And I stand for questions.
Michael, that was very thorough. Thank you. Let's go through the question process. We do have a technical problem that the clerk is trying to work on involving a high-pitched sound that's affecting hearing for, in particular, Councilor Faulkner, but others. And if we can remedy that problem while we are going through the questions, we will. If we can't remedy it, we'll take a little break while we try to solve it, because it's just impossible for Councilor Faulkner to concentrate with this high irritant going on in the room. So let's see if we can multitask. But in the meantime, Councilor Lee Garcia, you want to kick off a few questions? We're keeping an eye on the clock as well. We do want to try to get to petitions from the floor around 7.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation, very detailed. A lot of work to be done, a lot of work that has been done, I can tell. I know that at one point we would receive letters from the state in regards to non-compliance and possible fines. And where are we with all that? I mean, did we ever incur anything, or are we still kind of in that danger zone?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we are still in negotiations with NMED.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's been very challenging to go through this and understanding, you know, you're walking the walk there each and every day. And so, you know, actually going and being at the plant and taking a tour of seeing how intricate it's, every intricacy of how the process works. I think it's, people do need to understand what we're dealing with. And so definitely a big undertaking. And time is of the essence, because it you know, not glamorous. People see what the treatment plant, well, okay, but it's a very, very important piece to this whole city. So I don't have very many questions other than thank you for your work. And I know it's challenging because there's a lot of different pieces to it that needs to be that need to be moved. And a big part of it is the direction from the governing body. But you know, budgeting, you name it, there's so many things that that can be looked at. I'll cede my time to my other counselors in lieu of the evening. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Cass.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much, Director Dozier, for being here. And this was a very, very thorough update and presentation on a variety of topics that we've really been discussing. And especially as I don't sit on the Public Works Utilities Committee, this was very helpful and also a lot. I really want to thank everybody involved for the work that has been done on a lot of the issues that we were experiencing. The UV rehabilitation was exciting. I know there was a lot of conversation about chlorinating and dechlorinating and how that was not necessarily an easy process. And so grateful to see that you guys were able to find someone that actually works on our aging equipment. My one question has to do with, as we are looking at the new or updated or hybrid wastewater treatment plant, is kind of a common conversation we've been having recently about our facilities, how they become outdated, how they start breaking, and then all of a sudden we are having to take heroic measures, and you guys are having to take heroic measures to make sure that things continue to function. And I know you've talked about life cycle performance, life cycle cost, and maybe it's more of a request, but with the new wastewater treatment plant or updated, whatever we are winding up doing, having an understanding as best as we can about what are the potential challenges that we could potentially see, or how often do we need to be updating things? Where are the checks and balances that need to occur? Where are those checkpoints that we need to make sure that we hit? And how are we going to really memorialize that in the department? Obviously, we just had a really big conversation about the Chavez Center, and how there were a number of things that needed to happen every 3 to 5 years that didn't. And so hence where we are with our ice rink shutdown. We've had conversations about this with the general plan, that there were supposed to be updates every 5 years. That didn't occur. I don't know if you have an answer to this at this moment in time, or if this can be part of this discussion and this process, but I'm really interested in looking at how we can set up, future governing bodies, future staff for success, and not necessarily running into this again in the next 30 to 50 years. What do we have to do in the interim to make sure that we can stay on top of things, and we don't find ourselves in this, or they don't find themselves in this position? Then do you have any comments on that now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. Actually, yes, that is something that we already started laying the groundwork also with. That is part of the asset management system that we're working on. It will not only be for our maintenance and work orders, but it also takes into account age of equipment, hours of run, any kind of sort of parameter that would tell you how the life cycle of that equipment is, and actually post times and dates in the future of when it either needs to be replaced or rebuilt, or it has any kind of function that is, say you get in a work order that somebody comes in and says the pump was dead. Well, they come in and put it in a work order. That asset management program's looking at that, and it says, okay, well, you fixed it this time, but 2 years from now, you're probably gonna have to replace it because it keeps having this problem. So it's really like a kind of a crystal ball looking at all the equipment out there that can tell you this is when you have to replace it. And if that time, gets skewed because it had other issues that were breaking along the way, it will move that replacement time back and say, you should replace it now. Instead of going and keep doing this repetitive repairs, either replace it or replace it with something that isn't going to have the problems.
Wonderful. I'm really happy to hear about that, because I know that's something that we've been talking about citywide. Glad to hear that you all are doing this here as well. So thank you for putting that in place. In terms of, wait, that just made me think of something else. Hold on. Let me find it again in my brain. I know it's gone, but so also when we're looking at the wastewater, and forgive me if you already mentioned this, how are we setting ourselves? Oh, I remember it, but I'll get back there. How are we setting ourselves up for potential new technologies, new advances in wastewater, cleaning and reutilization. I know that we have our pipeline, and this is going to be very important for the pipeline, but also, we've talked about direct reuse. And are we going to be setting up this system? Obviously, we don't actually have a crystal ball to know what may be possible in the future, but are we looking at some of these emerging practices and technologies and sustainability with wastewater and setting ourselves up for a potential opportunity to use those in the future?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassidy, yes, we're actually working towards, so even with the pipeline, once the pipeline's put in place, we're leaving T in the pipeline that if it had to ever go to Buckman, we would make it go there. Other processes that we're working on, we're trying to do some pilot studies with one of them's actually with Sandia Labs, one of them with the community college, and another private company that's asking us to do some other pilot testing on just equipment or processes that change how we do everything today. Also trying to incorporate what is more sustainable and what is something that, how can we treat these constituents without having to go and add chemicals or create some other monetary amount that has to be pitched in every year to make the actual facility work. So trying to look at everything as far ahead as we can.
Yeah, thank you. And that kind of conversation around like the T in the pipeline, we talk about redundancy in other systems. We have redundancy built into this one as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My last question that I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of the challenges that we ran into was that consumption patterns changed. And so we had built a wastewater treatment plant that was supposed to be filtering, so many gallons, acre feet, choose your unit of measurement of water per day. And then Santa Fe did such a phenomenal job of conserving water that we had some challenges here. Are we looking at kind of projected future potential usage patterns and how those could be impacted, or when do we have to measure those? Again, how do we prevent getting to where we were here today, and how do we start to memorialize those in procedures in the department?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. So we've looked at that in two different segments. One is out in the collection system. Conversation has started. We're trying to figure out how we could incorporate the city's water department's flushing to help move down our lines, keep a little more water moving through there, because it is just such a great thing that they went and cut down on water, but now there's not enough water to carry it where it needs to go sometimes. So the other part is at the facility, this is part of what we've posed to the contractors that are coming in to build the new facility or the hybrid, to actually look at this and say, we have higher concentrations because we have less liquid coming, less water. How do we get that out the, fastest, safest, quickest? How do we get it out and remove it and be able to treat the water, to the standards that we need for the Santa Fe River?
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, topics that I did not know 8 years ago, I'd be so excited about. I remember after you gave me the tour of the wastewater treatment plant, I went home to my partner and was like, want to hear all about wastewater treatment? It's like, not really, but I'm glad you're excited. So thank you again so much for all of your work and everything that you do, and really excited to see how this continues to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner's going to relocate. This buzz has really given her a lot of problems, so we're going to give her time to get to her, go home and get on board with the Zoom. In the meantime, Counselor Merriworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Dozier, I'm sorry I'm not in the room tonight to really compliment the work that you have done and the mastery that you are demonstrating tonight around all of these issues. Really incredible dedication and work that you've put into this aging facility and the myriad of problems that you've been presented with and found yourself suddenly really front and center in solving and working. And I just want to compliment you for all the hard work and your team and all the city. I know you've been having pretty regular meetings with a bunch of folks across the city to really address these issues. So for everybody involved, I compliment the work, the dedication, and just the commitment to righting this ship, which was not going in a good direction and has been for decades. So really, really important work. And I just want to thank you. I think there's this thorough presentation demonstrates a lot of work. We got a lot of work ahead, but there's been substantial work done, and I really compliment you and your team and everybody involved at the city for where we are now. So thank you.
Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Lindell?
Mammoth amount of work. Thanks for the detail on this. I knew things were going well because the golf course hasn't been closed down. So thank you. We just went through it for some years and it was just all the time. And it's clear enough that something really major has changed. And thank you for that work.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Dozier, for the presentation. The Grow Your Own program. We had city employee DeMella talk about that. He spoke from Petitions from the floor, saying that that is no longer up and operating. Do we have a Grow Your Own program operating at this moment?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, our Grow Your Own program that we're doing at Wastewater and Water is still in its sort of infant stages. We're still trying to build it completely, and we're trying to build it so it does have some kind of future, that it doesn't just get lost in transition somewhere when we do have operators fully staffed at the plant.
Okay, so we don't have one, but part of his comments also mentioned that we used to have one and it ceased operating. Can you help me understand why we used to have a program and then it stopped?
I haven't been around in management in the area of doing any of the Grow Your Own programs here in the city. The only program that I was in that was anything similar was when we opened Buckman Direct Diversion. We did the 6 months of training before we even started operating.
Okay, so no, maybe I'll have to reach out to him to learn a little more, because from what I remember, he said there used to be a Grow Your Own program that was operated out of Canyon Road, and then it stopped. And so I was just trying to understand what was the causation, how can we remedy that? And it sounds like there's works to get one up and running, but we don't have one. So I think that is something that definitely, based on the vacancy rate and based on the previous discussion, how we've had to enter into contracts to have critical positions be there. I want us to heavily invest in this program. So then we'll have this conversation with you offline so I can figure out how to be a best support to ensure you have the appropriate resources to get a robust Grow Your Own program. So with that, thank you to all the work that you and the team have been doing. Keep it up. I just want to continue to wish you success, and hopefully the treatment plant is moving forward in that positive direction, knowing that we do have some major decisions to make in the near future. Thank you. No other questions, Mr.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too just want to echo just how impressed I am with the work. I know that I remember one presentation you gave and you were describing, like I could feel your stress because you were like, it's just like we're putting band-aids and like we have so much work to do, but then we're just slapping band-aids on things. And like I could see the passion behind really wanting to get to the bottom of fixing it and having a sustainable solution. And so, years now, I think that was maybe my first year in my seat, like we're at a place where there's this plan, there's a lot of work. It's just amazing to see. And I just want to thank you for your efforts. It's so complicated. I don't think any of us and like understand the complexity that you're dealing with right now and all that you're juggling to make this move in this right direction. So really, I just want to echo a celebration of you, your team, the work, the progress, in having something that runs effectively and we can sustain for the best of the city. So I just want to thank you for your work.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro stepped down. I think she was helping Counselor Faulkner. Maybe this is here now. She was helping Counselor Faulkner get, your timing is impeccable. She had stepped out to give Counselor Faulkner a hand, and now your timing is perfect. You have the floor, Counselor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I apologize if I'm repeating any questions, but my colleagues did a wonderful job in speaking to how important your job is. And I will just add that it's been, I think, about 1.5 years now since Counselor Lee Garcia, and I went on a tour of the facility. And since then, you were having some really amazing ideas on what we could do to plan for the future. So I just want to end with saying we should listen to our folks. A 25% disparity between operators in one facility versus another is unacceptable. And thank you for the work that you've done. I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I just want to try to draw you out on a couple of things that I think are really important. You had covered so many different important facets of your work and the city's core functions. You may not have this at your fingertips, but the question came up about where we are with the negotiation with the state. And one of the factors that is at play in those conversations is how much money and what improvements have already been made to address issues that were identified that needed work. Do you have a ballpark figure about where what the magnitude of our investments have been to try to make sure that we meet our needs and meet the standards and can do it reliably and consistently?
Mr. Mayor, since let's see, 2023, I believe we're roughly in the park of about 18 million that we've spent.
Very significant upgrades, significant expenditures, and the results show it. There's one other thing, I don't know if you want to dive into it too deeply, but the part of what you're doing with the RFP is a very innovative process that I think we don't often attach the words wastewater investment and innovation, but in this case, you're doing something very, very advanced in trying to get us to the best outcome by getting us the best vendor to work with. And it's taking us in a slightly different direction than we had previously anticipated when it came to interacting with potential partners and getting them to do more work to give us more information on how to solve the problem rather than telling them how we think we would solve the problem. Can you expand on that's pretty garbled description, but what you're doing is worth taking a minute to describe to the governing body, because at the end of the day, it's going to come back and they will be the beneficiaries of what you're doing that's creative.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So instead of a normal project going that you'll go out, look for a designer, you pretty much tell the designer what it is you want, they design it for you and build a facility. You know, after you get your contractor, build the plan, and now you have this new facility. Well, the way we were approaching it now is basically having the industry come in and tell us what is going to last you the longest, what is the best bang for your buck, what is the actual treatment that is going to meet or exceed whatever limits you have, and how do we incorporate it into either what we have already or how we would build something new that would complement, you know, the other facility and decommission the other facility. So it's very interesting to me, like that it actually worked the way that we were told it was. I mean, all of us were a little paranoid to even go through that motion. But it's actually very interesting because even in the RFI portion, many of the companies were sort of just throwing out different kind of technologies or newer or semi-new technologies that they're saying, you know, you could accomplish everything you want with this. So basically the way that we set it up and the way that our RFQ reads, or well, our RFP we will read, is giving them the pencil and pen and let them sharpen it and draw the best idea that is going to be beneficial to us, not just now, but for long term.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it really does take us in a new direction, and it may yield not only better solutions, but also ultimately cost savings and efficiencies when the proposals come back to us. And it takes some managerial courage to try something different, and I think it's going to pay very real dividends to the whole city. So thank you for that, Michael. Questions? Yes, Councilor Castro.
I apologize. I just want to double down on that and have maybe Director Dozier explain why the RFI is new and how that process is going to be used to make sure we get better response to our contracts. Now, I don't want to be disparaging to our previous process at all, but I know that we didn't get very many responses in several different areas. Why is the RFI so important?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, the RFI is pretty much a way of going out and telling the industry, hey, we have a problem and we need someone to fix it. And they come out, and instead of coming out to just, you know, look at your issue and put a quote on whatever they're going to build, they're actually going out. We walked through the entire facility. Everybody was on the same location, looking at everything that we're looking at, going through, and then started asking questions. You know, they're saying things like, well, are you going to keep that? Well, that's up to you. You tell me if I should keep it or not. You know, not sitting there and saying, you know, them just pretty much beck and call to you saying, oh, okay, well, do you want this? All right, we'll build it. You want that? You know, it's a totally different scenario that you're out there saying, you know, putting it in the industry's hands, saying you figure out what is going to be the best way to accomplish or resolve the issue that we're trying to get. I actually think if anything else that we do that is design build or any kind of larger RFQ, RFP process, I think we're going to do an RFI every single time. It was very enlightening to have the actual contractors and engineering firms go out there and actually have to scratch their heads and think of what their opinion would be and what they would do. And a few of them were more or less the same, but there were some that were totally different, and it was like thinking out of the box, and we were wanting to listen.
Thank you for digging a little deeper. It's worth fleshing that out. And it may also be the reason you got so many people to come take a look at it. Would you say 11 different prospective partners?
11 different companies and 32 actual individuals that were there.
That's great. Well, thank you for the very comprehensive update, and we'll see you again when the responses come in. Thank you, sir. I would entertain a motion to go to petitions from the floor at this time before we go back to regular order.
Moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on changing the agenda so that we take petitions from the floor now rather than regular order we're taking now?
Counselor Faulkner is not present at the moment.
But not yet.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. So with that, you'll be the timekeeper, Madam Clerk, and we will ask anyone who's here. We do have a public hearing later in the agenda. So if you're here to speak about that, please wait for that item to come before us. But if you wish to speak to the governing body about any other item, any other issue, now is the time to come up to the podium, and we'll also check in the Zoom room to see if we have folks who would like to speak. And the clerk will be keeping the timer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, you have to push the button there. I don't think it's working quite yet. Wait one sec. You may get a little assistance here. Hang on one second.
Okay, much better. So now you're going to start the clock, right? Okay.
You
So
got it.
Mayor, councilors, and ojalá el próximo alcalde de Santa Fe, Miguel García. Se avecina un crisis muy grave. What does that mean? There's a looming crisis for New Mexico's children. And as founder of United Nations Santa Fe, I'm intervening. Florida's Nigerian Surgeon General, Joseph Ladopo, has forcefully educated Florida parents about the harm done by messenger RNA injections from Pfizer and Moderna, about the chromosomal implosions they cause, which has resulted in a big drop of injections in New Mexico's children, in Florida's children. We have to do the same in New Mexico. Despite whatever Mierda del Toro, the fourth floor of the Capitol, has been misled with, they were misled. I'm not saying they were misleading, they were misled for the past 5 years into promulgating. So I'm asking you tomorrow to speak with School Superintendent Veronica Garcia and the New Mexico Health Secretary Gina de Blasi, to ask both of them to completely ignore the former schedules from the Center for Disease Control and the bestially stupid pronouncements of the American Academy of Pediatricians about childhood vaccine schedules. If indeed we're going to make America healthy again, and if all that is not just blustery, boasting pontifications, please pay attention to this. I've informed you guys as early as January of 2022, about the Hague indictments for pharmaceutical genocide. I saved 1 billion lives in African nations by forcing Pfizer to destroy 1 billion injections. They sat in airports, piles of pallets all over Africa, and were finally returned air freight collect to the genocide injection factory in Kalamazoo, Michigan. One note that's really important. September 1st, 2023, a very important New Mexican died, Bill Richardson. So your next meeting is not gonna, will come after that. So, so we don't have a UN ambassador at the United Nations. And I'm glad to say on April 7th, I got a nice letter from Donald Trump and Melania Trump as well, endorsing what I'm doing and recognizing me as founder of United Nations Santa Fe. So that means 2 heads of state, Spain and the United States. I'm very optimistic. I wish some of you had done, as far as I know, the only person in this council that wrote one letter to anybody was Alma Castro, who wrote to the Biden's Secretary of State. There's a new Secretary of State. You could write to him. The UN has a charge d'affaires. That means they're in charge of it. Got a lot of interest from other nations, and I can't begin to explain to you in less than 2 minutes. I will conclude with one thing. In Holland, 7 vaccine injured women hired a lawyer about 1.5 years ago and named Arno van Kessel. And he is, as of June 10th, Dutch secret police came and hauled him off to a prison. So he can't represent these 7 Dutch women who were vaccine injured, one of whom is dead. There is speaking of petitions, there's a petition to the king.
Mr. Fox, you're out of time, sir.
Netherlands. So his name's Willem Alexander, and you can write to him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there's nobody else in the chamber, there is somebody in the chambers? Yeah. Somebody in the Zoom room, however.
Yes, one person in the Zoom room. Stephanie Benenato, you are allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. I hope I get 3.5 minutes to speak as the former speaker, the prior speaker to me did. I have a few concerns. First of all, recreation and the pools. I feel like they're being operated poorly, and particularly the sudden closing of the outdoor pool, which should have been anticipated given that most of the guards, I believe, were in high school. I believe the hiring and retention is still just plodding along, doing what it has done for a few years now that has not been successful. Even though a committee has formed, I'm not part of the executive board of that committee, but I know the people and they tell me what's going on. And it feels like they make suggestions that are not really acted upon by the recreation staff. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the voting last week and the idea that 5 members had to vote on certain things. And I understand now that resolutions or it's ordinances, resolutions, or orders concerning contracts need 5 members of the governing body to vote with or against. I am really surprised that not all resolutions need 5 members. And I'm even more surprised that land use cases, and I'm not talking about small individual cases like an H board appeal or a BOA appeal, but I'm talking about general plan changes and zoning changes only require a majority of those present, according to Ms. McSherry. And I would just wonder what would have happened if the governing body had voted 3-2, for example, on the development on the Old Pecos Trail that people were very upset about because of open space, what they considered to be their open space. So I'm asking that the city council actually consider a change in the ordinance so that certain land use cases in all resolutions would require 5. That is a majority of the members on the council, not just those present, to pass, unless it's a resolution like one tonight where you're going to ask, the national government to do something. And I also have to say that I hope that you will regard science as opposed to fiction when you are hearing some of these presentations that are being given to you, including taking fluoride out of the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands up in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
There are no other hands in the Zoom room.
Very good. Then we'll go back to our regular order. And I think we've got some consent items to consider now. Or things taken off of consent, I should say.
Item 9A, request for approval of the August 13th, 2025 regular governing body meeting minutes.
Yes, you had a few items you wanted to call to our attention, and we can take them up as you'll inform us. I'm sure we can get a motion to amend the minutes.
On page 9, the vote, motion to pass a roll call, one of the votes was a yes, and it was actually a no, so that would be changed at the very bottom. So it would be Councilor Romero Worth, no. On page 10, with regard to the final vote on the motion, changing it to vote on the main motion as amended by Amendment B, so that it's clearly stated. Those are the only 2 changes requested.
Let me get a motion to approve the minutes, and then we'll have a motion to amend them.
Motion to approve?
And is there a motion to adopt these amendments as read by the city clerk?
So move. Second?
Can you call the roll on the amendment, please?
Councilor Lee Garcia. Yes. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes, and just a quick point of clarification on the online version of the agenda. The attachment for item 9A is the governing body study session minutes. And on the agenda, it's 9A is the regular, but I think the wrong attachment is.
Got to load it up.
Yeah.
Okay, duly noted. We're still voting on the amendment.
And yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Voted yes.
Okay. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Just checking to see if Counselor, okay. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is
So
approved.
now we have the main motion as amended. Is there discussion? Let's call the roll on the main motion as amended, please.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And then that takes us to the next item that was removed from the consent agenda, I believe by Counselor Garcia.
9M is a request for approval of capital appropriation project 2024-I3143 with New Mexico Department of Finance Administration in the total amount of $400,000 for the permanent and transitional housing to end homelessness with a reversion date of June 30th, 2028. And here to speak is Public Works Director Regina Wheeler, and I cannot remember your title, but Karen Gross.
Thank you. Let's get a motion and then I'll turn it over to, well, first we'll ask for a brief overview and then Counselor Garcia, you can have the floor to ask some questions. Is there a second?
Second.
There is, okay. We've got a motion in front of us, so that sets the table, but Director Wheeler, do you want to give everyone who's not fully informed on this item an overview, and then Counselor Garcia will have the floor as the counselor who took it off of consent and raise his question.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the governing body. This is one of our legislative appropriation grant agreements that we're getting into budget right now so that the Community Health and Safety Department can direct these funds as needed towards their initiative to solve homelessness. That's the piece I have for you, and Karen Gross, our project manager 3, has a little more detail about what the Community Health and Safety Department is thinking of doing with the funds.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. There are a couple of possibilities for how this fund might be used. It might be potentially used for repairs at the site formerly known as Pete's Place. More likely, it will be used for a feasibility and pre-development of non-congregate shelter or permanent supportive housing option to support housing unstable or unsheltered constituents.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, with that introduction, you had some questions you wanted to raise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if you'll be able to answer the questions, Karen, but I'll go ahead and pose them. As far as repairs to Pete's Place, I mean, I guess my question is, why would we continue to invest in that facility if there's a potential of closing it down?
Thank you, Counselor. There are a number of code issues that need to be addressed at Pete's Place. We recognize that the facility is intended to be closed in the near future, but in the meantime, these code issues need to be addressed.
Can you expand what issues there are?
Things related to fire systems, HVAC, some substantial roof leaks that need to be addressed. There are a number of things that make the facility less than optimal for human occupation.
Can you tell me how long these code violations have been in effect for?
I do not have that information. We did an assessment of the facility back in July, and so that's when facilities became aware of these issues.
Okay. Now, when we get into looking at a feasibility study, you had mentioned to develop a non-congregate shelter. Do we have a location? I mean, you have to have some location identified to study something. You just don't develop a study based on no location. So do we have a location that we're studying?
Mayor and councilors, this would be a pre-development feasibility study to identify possibilities. for locations, for non-congregate and permanent supportive housing.
Okay, so, but I think you have to have the location to determine what you're studying, right? And so we don't have locations identified yet.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it's actually very common that this level of this study at this time in the process would identify potential locations. You have to sort of know what's your footprint, how many square feet do you need, what kind of access and facilities, and then you look around and you try to put that potential size of facility somewhere. So it doesn't usually start with a location. It starts with sort of a programming exercise of what you'd be looking to build, and then you would cite it.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, this feasibility study would determine what the need is. Then based off of that need, you would look at location.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think that is what our usual procedure is for feasibility studies. When you sort of start looking to site a facility and develop a facility, you have to start at the beginning. But I think the Community Health and Safety Department can probably share some better details with you about their plans as they develop them further for this study.
Okay, just because I'm a bit concerned because I would have thought we've conducted such studies just because there are site visits being taken, as mentioned in a previous meeting, whether it's a site on Sawmill Road or a site that's been brought to my attention off of Camino Entrada. I mean, so again, this is what's frustrating is that we're allocating money for a study. Meanwhile, we have city staff, from my understanding, city councilors and the mayor who are visiting other sites. And again, this is why there needs to be a plan in place. And I think that's my concern here is when we're taking a grant in for $400,000. I live in the world and I work in the world in my day job of allocating grants. And in this attachment where it says project summary, that would outline the benchmarks and what actually the money is being given for. And in this project summary, it's very, 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 very vague. So I'm quite surprised that this would move forward, but I'm even quite more surprised that the city doesn't have a plan to expend the $400,000 because that's a commitment that the city is making to take that money and allocate it out by a certain point in time. And so I think that's my concern here is the lack of plan. That's here, Mr. City Manager.
I think the city manager has his hand up to address this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is your mic on, sir?
It's on. Oh, yeah, it's on.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very legitimate concern, I understand, and the first thing I asked the first time I saw this myself. First of all, if people are out taking site visits, they're not taking me along. One time I went on one and I've filled you all in on what that was all about. You raised it at a meeting. If there's other site visits going on, that's news to me. I think it is high time to start doing that analysis of potential sites. There's such a chicken and egg issue here. How do we study moving people until we have an idea where we might do that? On the other hand, how do we determine what's the right place to go until we understand the needs? When the one place we did visit, we walked away that day saying, until we really have a program, architects, respond to programs that their clients give them. Until we have a program knowing how we're going to use a property, we really can't evaluate the property. So there's an iterative process here. One of our challenges right now is Consuelos Place. Very high priority for this community that we treat that right, that we deal with that property properly. So we can, and we also know that the building's got some issues. So we are in a situation where we can look at that particular property and assess what options we need to pursue to deal with the families and the individuals who are living there. And this particular grant, we're hoping to use to help us make that assessment. Meanwhile, in the Midtown project, that's one of our development sites. So we're going to have to defer action on that development site until we have a plan that can deal with that. So this money, which came along and it was an opportunity to assess it, we're getting great help lately from DFA. We're getting great help from the Housing Community Solution, what it's called, Housing Solutions, Workforce, whatever, Sarita and Ayers Department. We're getting a lot of help from them and a lot of opportunities to seek funding to help us make these assessments. We're in Pete's place right now, and everybody wants us, council policy, to try to find another location for that. This isn't funding to look for shelter sites. This is funding to look for transitional and permanent housing. But in that process, we need to start making these kinds of assessments for what we're going to do there as well. In fact, the grant that we got from the state recently, one of the conditions is that we provide a report by next spring, talking about our planning for that movement. So there's a lot of that kind of assessment that we're going to be doing in the next year. And we're grateful to have some funding that allows us to get started on that. So I think we're going to be using this funding very productively.
Thank you, City Manager Scott. But what you just said is counter to what's in the memo. I'm going to read from what the memo says. The $400,000 is to, quote, to acquire property and to build permanent, supportive, and transitional housing for chronically unhoused people, including veterans. So what we've talked about is repairing Pete's Place and conducting a.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say this money will be used for that assessment. I was trying
But staff just did.
About Pete's Place.
No.
That was, they were talking about making some of the remedial repairs on the building. I'm not aware of that as being part of this grant.
If I could, Mayor, members of the governing body, city manager. So this is a legislative appropriation grant. The language that accompanies them is always general like this. It's very general, and it is intended to support the city in its initiative to create permanent and transitional housing to end homelessness. That includes assessments of locations, repairs to existing buildings, acquiring new buildings, building new buildings, designing new buildings. So it's very, very broad, and its purpose to give the city who's managing this initiative some flexibility. The way we ensure that the grantors are on board with particular expenditures, and will be the procedure that's always followed with legislative appropriations, is we must send them our quotation and our contract prior to issuing our purchase order to the vendor. And then they give us back a notice of obligation, which says, yes, we agree, that's in scope. We approve this expenditure for use of this grant. And then we can go ahead and encumber that grant money for that purchase order. And this is very broad. There's actually additional money coming with the same language, another 700,000 when that was appropriated in 2025. We'll be bringing that forward in the next few weeks as well. So that's how we configured this legislative request, actually, was to be very broad to support us in this initiative that, is continuing to evolve, as the city manager has explained.
So with that being said, if I can get the appropriation language for this and the $700,000 appropriation that gives us the scope on what the state actually approved us and how we provided the framework for the potential expenditures. Now, just to reconfirm that I understand correctly that this $400,000 is going to be used potentially, the plan is right now to rehabilitate Pete's Place and conduct a feasibility study to determine the needs for a non-congregate shelter for the city of Santa Fe.
Those are the plans of staff to submit those expenditures to the state for approval for use of the grant.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. So I will just again reiterate, this is a community challenge, and it's not helpful when folks are taking action that ultimately can lead to consequences that are going to disrupt and lose trust in our community. And I'll again I'll point back to when while there was rumor or fact, only the folks that took that site visit to the old detention center can confirm that, but we saw the outcome. And I guarantee if my constituents knew that there was a site visit conducted at the old distributing location, liquor distributing location for a potential congregate, non-congregate shelter, you would have folks raising concerns and support. And same with this additional facility that was visited on the south side of town. To address a community and social issue like this, we have to ensure that we are working together. And that doesn't mean just here on the city side. That means working hand in hand with our community members to keep them informed. Because the last thing I'd want for us to do is to come forward with a proposal that is going to be met with full resistance from the community. And ultimately, the folks that do not benefit from such services are those that need them the most, which are the unhoused. So I just encourage future collaboration and stop operating in silos and in silence.
Councilor Castro, you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Director. I really appreciate the efforts and resources that we're putting into these projects. I think they're sorely needed. That being said, I want to go back to Consuelo's Place, the recent articles that we've seen, the support that we've seen for that transitional housing at Midtown, and the promises made by former directors of Midtown redevelopment. This might be a city manager question, this might be a public works question. Has there been a feasibility study done on the current building at Consuelo's Place?
I know there was a building assessment study done a year ago, or maybe a little more than that.
That's correct, Mayor and City Manager and members of the governing body. That building does not meet code in a number of ways, and it needs such a massive upgrade that we would recommend a replacement.
So knowing that thank you so much, City Manager, he's showing me a version of that report, which I hope that we can all get on governing body, that would be great. Anecdotally, and I can't really give you huge numbers, but over the time that I've been a counselor, I've heard many times that we want to support non-congregate options. Transitional housing is really the way we want to go. And this seems to be the crown jewel of our city in terms of rehousing folks. We have really great numbers coming out of Consuelos. It just seems strange to me that we would double down on a model that we are trying to move away from. I've spoken to folks that are part of Alchemy. They do feel that the building is lacking, but as you mentioned, so are many other buildings that we are landlords to. Santa Fe Suites recently had a fire. The lamplighter is still not gone online. Consuelo's Place, as I mentioned, there's swaths of city land that Councilor Garcia and Councilor Faulkner and I are moving on to see if we can't put housing on. There is many options that I really think we haven't looked into, other than the location previously known as Pete's Place. So it is my personal opinion that we shouldn't necessarily be investing more resources in that space. And if we are going to invest more resources, we should look at Consuelo's Place at Midtown. Thank you so much. And I see the time.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, yeah, I agree. I don't think we're looking at reinvesting in buildings that don't have a future. We have to take care of, basic conditions while people are living there, of course. But we're not looking at making investments beyond that. And that's why it's so important to assess the options. And certainly, I'm not going to visit any options without telling everybody I'm doing it from this point.
And just a final thought, I want to echo the sentiment both of folks in this chamber emails and on this dais that we should be talking to community before we make any decision, and it is best to have community buy-in before we do any development. So I will echo that we should be doing community input and outreach before we present these things so that we have a little bit more buy-in at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Other Counselor Cassett? Yeah. And I can't see of our online folks whether anybody's got a hand up. So if you do, maybe the city clerk can let me know that there's a hand up in the Zoom area from our council members who are remote. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to recognize the rock and a hard place position we sometimes put our staff into, where we, especially when it comes to this issue, we talk about different models, and then we go into this, well, we have to tell the public where they are. And then staff's like, okay, great. Let us go do some research about where these potentially could go. And then we say, well, why aren't you talking to the public about, and I think that, yes, having the conversations, having the community engagement around these is both important and very challenging, because there is both a need to understand what we need. And not every site is going to be able to fit each specific need. And we have a spectrum of different options that we're looking at. And how we communicate this with the public, I think it's something that we haven't fully achieved, but I've seen both a conversation around, well, we need to tell the public where we're planning on putting this when there isn't a site selected. And then, well, we can't select a site until we talk to the public, and then we know what, it seems like kind of this constant circle that we are going around and around and around in. So I don't have an answer for this, because it is really hard, because if you do say, hey, we're looking at this site, you're going to have the public say, well, what on earth are you going to put on this site? And we may not know. And in fact, we've had some times where there have been sites that have come up, and people came out to speak to them, and lo and behold, when staff actually had an opportunity to look at them, they weren't an option at all. And so we kind of created this concern around something that actually was never really an option. Just the other day, I had somebody call me and say, oh my goodness, you guys approved putting a pallet shelter at the handball courts. And apparently this was read from a Facebook post from an elected official. And that's not true. So I think that this is something that we need to think about. And maybe this is part of that community engagement. Maybe it's part of these conversations around, this is not a linear process. This is a process by which we look at the various options we have to have. We look at the land that's available. And a lot of times those aren't going to perfectly align. And we're going to have to make some adjustments and make some changes. So I think that that's really important that we recognize. And I've seen kind of time and time again, the scenario where staff is both told that they need to have this information first, but then they need to have this information first, but they can't do all of it. And so, and I get it, because I have these conversations with my constituents frequently about different models and where are these going to go. And I'm not sure. And this is a potential site, but we don't know if it's actually going to fit. And maybe it would fit something like this, and maybe it would fit something like that. And so, I do challenge us all to think about how we continue to communicate this. I think that we have some great opportunities. I know that I had the chance, and Councilor Chavez did earlier, to meet with staff about the community engagement for the pallet shelter that is going to be going at the Richard site, at the site between the Chavez Center and the fire station. And had a really long conversation with the team in there about, what are the things that we need to do before? What are the things that we need to do after? What are the pieces that we can tell them are decided? What are those components that we tell them are not decided? When are those going to be decided? How do we get feedback? How do we react to their feedback? So I think that it is something that we have continued to struggle with. I think it's very, I think it's simple for all of us to say, and we all say, let's go do community engagement. I think figuring out the way in which this needs to work is not something that that is as simple, that is not as easy of a solution, because honestly, nothing about this issue is easy. Everything about this is complicated. So I do want to recognize that. I know that it is challenging, and that has been challenging for a lot of the staff as we continue to figure this out, and something that I really appreciated the conversation that that Krista came from Community Health and Safety to have with me today. And I know had with Counselor Chavez about how we are planning this community engagement. And so I think that that's something that we can continue to work on and look at. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Mayor, if I might jump in.
Oh, very good. I couldn't see you, but I hear you. So yes, you have the floor.
One thing that I find fascinating about this topic is that there is a sense that government should solve all problems. And one thing that I find fascinating is that the people forget that they're part of the government. And what Councilor Lee Garcia and I have been talking about in our district is that this issue is a very hot button issue, but all of us, including the public, have to participate in problem solving. And Councilor Garcia and I have been very clear in our district that we will take pallet or micro communities in our district because everyone has to take some. That's the only way you solve this problem. And so, whereas I understand that given how Pete's Place was managed, and then also given, kind of the fear the public has around this issue, I understand the fear, but I also would like to ask the public to be brave because there are some things that just absolutely have to happen for us to manage this problem successfully. And one of those things is that the public has to also participate in helping us solve the problem. It fascinates me that anyone in the world would think that 9 people and staff could solve this problem without the help of the community. And so this is probably going to be controversial. I'll probably get hate emails about this, but the reality is we have to grow up as a city. This is a serious problem. And if we don't take it seriously, and if the public doesn't recognize that they have a role in this as well, then we have a bigger problem than we think we do. And I'm only hoping that if we're transparent with the community, if we give the community space to be part of the decision making, which we absolutely should do, that we can find our way through this. But in talking to staff and in doing some research on this issue, what I've discovered is there's a drug coming out of China and it's hit the West Coast, and it's a mix of fentanyl and benzodiazepine. So Narcan won't work to save people's lives. And I have people I know who are doing recovery stuff in Vancouver and in San Francisco, and they are saying once this hits New Mexico, it is a whole other situation. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm desperately trying to find solutions to this issue, because once that drug hits Santa Fe, we have a whole different trauma, a whole different level of crises. And so I've just asked the community, you have to help us. This is a time where every single person who's responsible for governance, which includes constituents as voters, we all have to participate in solving this problem. If we don't, we're going to be in a lot more trouble.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else who's on Zoom who'd like to weigh in on this issue? I don't see hands. I don't know if the city clerk sees hands. Our other 2 counselors who are remote?
Yes, but their hands are not up.
Okay. All right. If there are no other comments from the governing body, Madam Clerk, we have a motion. Do you want to call the roll?
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. The next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 10, action items, discussion agenda 10A, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Alma Castro.
City Clerk, sorry, I had pulled item U.
Oh, I apologize. Yes,
I think you skipped one.
very much skipped one. 9U. Consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselors Carol Romero Worth, Jamie Cassett, Pilar Faulkner, and Mayor Weber, a resolution adopting improvements to the budget process for the fiscal year 2026-2027 annual operating budget. And here to present is Senior Advisor and Public Engagement Coordinator Rod Gould and Finance Director Emily Oster.
Before we go to you, I'd entertain a motion and then we'll get both your input to overview this subject and then two counselors who asked to have it taken from consent will have a chance to open the conversation, but I'd entertain a motion first.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. Mr. Gould, why don't you, for the benefit of those who are not deeply familiar with what's being proposed, give us the overview of this resolution, please.
That's the mayor and members of the council. My name's Rod Gould. I'm senior advisor. And some weeks ago, I had an opportunity to present to some of the committees some suggestions for reforming the budget process, the budget document, and the way the budget is used in the city as oversight of the services that we provide to Santa Fe residents, businesses, and visitors. The two areas of greatest interest here, based on comments that we got from the council at the adoption of your fiscal year 27 budget, were about whether or not the budget is actually helpful to the council community to understand what services we provide and how we provide them, and equally the role of the council in developing that budget. So I'll address both in turn. As far as the budget itself, staff recommends that we move to a performance budget. This has been the standard in government administration circles for probably 30 years. It is what is recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association as necessary for consideration for any awards or certification of a municipal budget. The emphasis here is not just on what is spent, but what is done. What services are provided? What is the level of service that is being provided by the budget that has been provided? And further, it allows for checking in to see whether or not the departments are actually providing the services provided. And so we're asking all of the departments now to develop goals, objectives, and in some cases, performance indicators to be able to show council and community exactly what can be done with the monies that are being allocated to each department in a fiscal year. This will provide a much better sense of what we can do and also what we cannot expect to be done within the resources that are available to us. None of this will make budgeting any easier, I want to note, because you'll still be facing the essential dilemma. There'll be still more community needs than there are resources to address them all. It will help the council focus on those trade-offs and making the best use of the resources that are available to you to address the many community needs in front of you. We would also like to bring the draft goals, objectives, and performance indicators to you in the month of October so that you could receive them, comment on them, so that we could refine them and build on them. And then come to you in December and give you a report out on where we are halfway through this fiscal year in accomplishing our goals, objectives, and indicators for fiscal year 26. Then in January, we suggest that the new mayor and council hold a half-day study session where you would set goals overarching for the next few years, priorities for the coming year budget. And in doing so, you would indicate to the council and community what are the most important things facing the city of Santa Fe and give clear direction to staff about how to develop and present our budget submittals for the coming fiscal year. The staff is very eager to have explicit direction from the council as a whole about where you would like to see us move in the future. And by doing so in January, you will set the markers for the coming year budget. Then, as provided under the charter, The new mayor would sit with the staff and work through the budget submittals by each department. We would have the usual series of hearings in March and April before adoption of a new budget in May, where you'd be able to hear from every department, look at the new goals, objectives, and indicators based on the budget proposal before you, be able to make adjustments as you see necessary in order to adopt a budget in time for us to submit it to the state of New Mexico for certification. We think that this combined process provides the council a better oversight role, and we would suggest that once these goals, objectives, and indicators are adopted, that we report back publicly quarterly on our goal attainment. And that will allow course correction and everyone's understanding of how we're meeting the goals that have been set forth by the council as part of the budget process. I know that's a word salad, but I wanted to get that in front of you. I've tried to come up with some type of analogy to describe why coming up with explicit goals and objectives is important. I came up with one. You tell me whether or not this works. Consider a group of 11 to 14 archers in a field who are shooting arrows into a wooded thicket about 150 feet from their stance. They're shooting arrows into the woods because they believe that the targets are in the woods, but they are obscured by the trees and the shrubs in front of them. And they keep shooting the arrows because it's their job to hit the targets, even if they can't really see where they are. And to consider bringing the targets out of the woods, putting them in the meadow where everyone can see where they are. Now that archers have a chance to really see what the target is and begin to try to hit them, and then to begin to focusing in on the bullseye. That's what we're talking about, is doing as part of the city departments, setting these goals and objectives, being very clear about what the targets are, and then being very clear to you and the community about how we're doing in our accuracy in hitting those targets. That's what we're hoping to do with this change in budget methodology. And we look forward to your comments about whether or not you think this makes any sense.
Thank you. Let's see, I believe we had two counselors who took it off of consent. Do you have a preference as to who goes first? Counselor Lindell? Counselor Castro, do you want to go first?
So this looks terrific on paper. I like it. And I know that we talk about best practices with it. My concerns are that the council listen to the directors, take their advice on what our real true necessities are, which may not be shiny objects that people want to budget toward. And I support this, but this will get bogged down and turn into a mess if we have a council that politicizes this. Well, my constituents want this, and I'm going to hold out until I get this. And that's a problem. And we've never done this before. And we've seen a little bit of that even in the past budgets in the last year. I want this. And I'm just throwing out a caution flag that you don't play by the rules of this and do it properly, it'll be a mess. And we operate almost a $500 million budget in this city. Not a small budget. You know, for someone to say, well, you know, I want $10 million to do this because this is what my constituents want. It's not really how it works. And I caution the council to not do that. It will be problematic. You'll fragment it, and we won't get to where we need to be. So I wish all good luck with it. I will not be involved with it, but, I'm throwing the caution flag now, that unless people embrace this in its entirety and its totality and philosophically, people get politicized this, it'll be deeply problematic. So that's my caution flag.
Your caution. Yeah.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Gould, and I appreciate the time that you've taken with each one of us to sort of talk through this process. I too have a few concerns and some caution flags that I want to throw up, but in particular, I want to talk about how we as a government are going to look at this process since it is so new. Participatory budgeting, performance-based budgeting, all of these processes are really interesting and wonderful on paper, as was mentioned. But in practice, there is a learning curve. And I'm a little bit concerned that in particular in some of the departments that have benchmarks that are more difficult to put on paper or have longer term strategies like our issues with the unhoused community and building enough housing stock, right? These are really long-term goals that we're going to set. Do you foresee there being any short-term punitive issues in any department or things that might negatively impact staff because this is new or they don't know how to set those goals?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Castro, thank you for the question. Staff has been engaged in a series of workshops on our management system, how we manage, organize, and monitor our work as a city organization for the last 3 months. And this has come up repeatedly. And as you're absolutely right, this is different than what we have done in Santa Fe, although very common across the country. And there's going to be a learning curve. And we've talked about it as a staff, and we've decided that we want to recommend to you that we be allowed to make this change. We see the benefits. And we will be working in the next month to develop draft goals, objectives, and performance indicators. The city manager will be meeting with each of the department directors to review those, to refine them, and then we'll bring them to you in October, recognizing that this is new and different, but also necessary to bring our budgeting into this 21st century.
100% agree that we do need to modernize. And again, I think performance-based budgeting is something that I have been in favor of since the campaign trail and throughout this term. I really think it's really important that we're looking at this and that we're looking at new ways. One thing that I did hear in the former comments was that our constituents want to be part of this process. And I think we heard also in talking about getting community input that our constituents and people in the city want to be a part of the process. I would encourage us to look at participatory budgeting and set aside a specific amount of dollars that our community could really engage in and learn how this budgeting process works. It isn't something that we can, unfortunately, as was mentioned, give $500,000 for the entire community to decide what to do with, because we do have needs that we have planned for into the future. Is there any long-term expenditures, say leases, 50-year leases, 25-year leases that we need to take into consideration while we change this budgeting process?
Absolutely. There are projects and programs that expand well beyond a 12-month budgetary period. And one of the benefits that we see in the new budget system that the finance department is implementing is that it will make it much easier to put these longer term projects into fiscal year buckets and to anticipate doing just that. As far as participatory budgeting goes, the experience on that is somewhat mixed. There are different models for attempting it. You've indicated one. I'd be happy to talk to you about that at some point. But you made a point earlier, Councilor, about the need to walk before we run. And our suggestion is that if you allow us to make these reforms now, there are other budget reforms and enhancements that we can talk about in the future. But I think we need to get these fundamental steps down, get some experience with them, and then move to the more esoteric budgeting techniques that are now in use in other cities.
100% agree. Thank you for initiating this work that was really important. And I see the floor.
I'm going to check and see if any of the sponsors want to speak to this before we go to general comments. There's Councilor Merriworth, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Faulkner, as well as my name on this. But if any of you want to take the floor and just speak to why you supported this enough to put your name on it, I'm happy to do that. And then there are hands up already from other councilors who'd like to speak. Councilor Merriworth, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say that this is something I've wanted to see in our budgeting process for the time I've been at city government. And I'm just very thankful for the level of expertise that we are getting in our management team now with their breadth of experience in other places that is able to help us see a path forward that's different and very much needed in our community in this process. So this is an area I have wanted to change, and we just haven't had the expertise to change it. And so I'm sorry I won't be around to help implement it fully, but I think this is absolutely needed, and I'm thrilled to sponsor it and to advocate for it, because I think it will be very important for the city as we go forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilor Cassett, your name is on this resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I echo a lot of what Councilor Merriworth just stated around this being something that we've wanted to look at for a while. And there have been a number of roadblocks, but I do believe, the expertise of Mr. Gould and Mr. Scott, coming on and having experiences in other communities has really been extremely helpful, as well as the incredible work of the finance team for getting us to a place where the finance department is not operating on dark red all the time, just complete emergency. So really a lot of credit to Director Oster and her incredible team who have worked incredibly hard. I will just say that this is, again, a new process. I think that there is a lot in this that a lot of us have been just begging for and really asking for. I hope that we get the software tools that we need to really be able to track the budget in a much more detailed manner than we've ever been able to. I think that that really helps with this process. But again, I do think that this conversation is going to be good for all of us. I think that because we have not had the opportunity to have to struggle with the choices that we have to make with our budget, because we do not have an endless pot of money and we do seem to have endless needs. There's always something that needs more dollars. I think that it can only really benefit the council's ability to continue to move forward. And referring to what I said at the beginning, I'm sure there is something here that's not going to work the way we think it does. And that's okay. I think that this is going to be a really good learning opportunity. Again, I think having such expertise here to help us with that critical thinking process. Obviously, Santa Fe, we are different. Every single city is unique in its own ways, but everything from our revenue to our various responsibilities that we have taken on for the community to our governing structure will of course impact that process. So I'm very eager to get started with this. I'm very excited to see how it goes. And I fully anticipate that as we continue to assess this, that we will probably find something that we may want to tweak, which is why I thought it was important to put this forward in resolution and not necessarily in something more permanent at this time while we continue to work through this. So thank you again for all of the work, and thank you to my co-sponsors, and thank you, Councilor Merriworth, for the I don't know how hundreds of hours that over the last 6.5 years that we have discussed this. Really, really excited that you're here for at least this part. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Faulkner, you are also a sponsor if you'd like to speak to it, and then we'll go to everybody else on the governing body.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say that I have worked with billion-dollar companies, million-dollar companies,
the state, the county, other cities. The budgeting we're doing now, like the way we do our budget now, I've never seen it done that way anywhere that I've worked. And so this was one of my big issues on the campaign trail was like the budget has to be readdressed. There's no way that the council can amend, approve, or should approve or disapprove of the budget if there's only 5 items per department. And I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but those 5 items include other expenses and expenses to other departments and what was it, contracts and utilities. And what does that even mean? Like that's the part that I struggled with the first time I saw what we were supposed to approve, is that it wasn't even a 30,000-foot view. It was like a million-foot view. And so I'm super excited about this. This is something that I really, really wanted to see happen. I do really appreciate staff and for their insight into how we can make this process not only better for the council, but more, and I hate this word because it's being thrown around a lot, but it is the word, transparent to the public and to the council. And it also allows departments to update us more than once a year in only the finance committee. And so I think this is a huge step forward. I do think that as a governing body, sometimes we're too risk adverse. We're not brave enough. Like we don't step out on a ledge very easily. And I feel like there's a lot of room to step out on that ledge, because if we don't start trying to affect change, nothing will ever change. So we can't make decisions based on, well, there's some red flags here, so let's not make that decision. And it's like, well, no, let's make that decision, be aware of the red flags, and let the public know that this is a work in progress. This isn't the one size fits all, solve the whole problem. This is just step one into solving the problem. But if we never take any steps because we're too afraid that we might fail somewhere, we're never going to get anywhere. And actually, failure is where we learn the most and where we find the best solutions. And I said this to my kids when they were growing up. If you don't fall down, you will never know how to stand up. And so I look at this process as like, okay, we might trip and fall in a couple of places, but let's alert the public that this is a work in progress. Expect that it's not going to be 100% the best answer, but it will be an answer for some things. And as we move through the next several years, we're going to find what works. But if we don't start stepping forward at all because we're too afraid to fall, we will never solve the problems. And so I'm super excited about this. This is one of my passion projects. And I just really thank Rod and Mark for everything they've done, and also the other sponsors of this legislation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Michael Garcia, you had your hand up, so I'm going to turn to you next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I vividly recall attending the first session of the budget hearings back in 2020 after I was elected, and just thinking how archaic that budget process was, and how it was not ultimately a collaborative budget or even a collaborative process with the city council. And I think this resolution is a sheer example of the challenges that are in place with this current process. As they say, better late than never. I'm glad this is finally coming forward, because I don't feel like there was much effort or momentum from the administration or the administration allies on the council to make necessary changes, but at least we're moving in that direction. So with that being said, I do have 2 amendments. When I was actually typing up as my colleagues were speaking, one I've submitted, and that is to, on page 3, it outlines January 2026, and that is to include a public hearing on the topic of fiscal year 2026 goals, objectives, key performance indicators, and progress status update that staff has been presented. Because I think one critical component that goes into a budget is ensuring that the budget is reflective of the residents' needs. And that's done through having a public hearing. And in the past, there had been public hearings, but I know for sure we didn't have one this year. And so I think if this is going to be the roadmap we're using to develop the budget, we need to have part of that stop is a public hearing. And so I'm proposing that in January, before the governing body holds its half-day governing body session, that there be a public hearing on this topic. So the way it could work is that first governing body meeting in January, there's a public hearing on the topic. And then this half-day that's proposed here be scheduled after that. So that's one of the amendments I'm going to be proposing. Now, the second amendment, I'm going to jump to page 4. And this is on line 13, but this is covering the months of February through March 2026. The bullet currently reads, share the budget proposals with the Finance Committee. My amendment deletes Finance Committee and swaps it out with governing body. Part of this proposal package is to allow for the participation of the full governing body. I think that's been one of the challenges, especially as a member of the governing body who does not sit on finance, that I feel very much limited in my role as a non-member of the Finance Committee. I have not felt welcome at the Finance Committee meetings, the budget hearings. And part of this proposal is to, one of the next steps is to have joint hearings with the Finance Committee and governing body. And so if we're going to move forward with those joint hearings, it's only imperative that the budget proposals be shared with the entire governing body, not just the Finance Committee. That way, those 3 counselors that do not sit on Finance Committee can adequately prepare for those upcoming joint hearings of the governing body and the Finance Committee that are held in April and May. So those are the 2 amendments that I'm proposing. I know we've got a process and procedure. I've got one of them typed or submitted to the city attorney. One will be in within the next 30 seconds. All I have to do is finish writing governing body, and those will be in. So I would like for us to table this. That way my amendments can be proposed and ultimately voted on. So I'll make a motion to table this until my amendments are ready.
Second.
There's a motion to table the further consideration of this item until amendments that have been drafted by Councilor Garcia can be reviewed and brought back to the governing body. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on that motion?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes, even though I was not, yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, so we'll table this until the amendments can be properly brought forward, and then once we're told that they're ready, we'll come back to it. So, Mr. Gould, you want to stand down until we come back? And I know you were prepared to respond to some of those comments, but let's wait for the discussion of the amendments for you to be able to provide responses. That's okay.
Is that tonight, Mayor, or is that at another?
No, that'll happen tonight, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
So we tabled this, Madam Clerk. Can we move on then while we wait for the amendments to go through the process? If you could take us to the next item, we'll keep moving forward.
Item 10A, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Alma Castro, a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine during the Route 66 Centennial Festival 2025 concert on October 11th, 2025, pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C, SFCC 1987.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
There's a second.
Second.
And there's a second. Very good. Is there discussion on this item? Madam Clerk, I believe we have a motion and a second and no discussion. Could you please call the roll?
Counselor Castro. Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And the next item, please.
10B, request for approval of Exhibit A to master lease agreement with Document Solutions, Inc. to lease equipment in the total amount of $861,630.60 through June 30th, 2026.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this item? Madam Clerk, call the roll if you would.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Counselor Faulkner, did you hear? Let's take that as a pass for the moment.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Counselor Castro. I'll try again. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 11, matters from the city manager.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I very quickly, I want to first say thank you to everyone for putting up with my absence for a period of time when I was working from afar, especially Andrea Phillips. I particularly appreciated the extra work she did. I'm happy to be back and feeling good. So thank you for your patience. The only other thing I wanted to say is now that I am back, I'm spending considerable amount of time with the Midtown RDA issues, and they are working hard. The very modest staff we have, and we have a commission that I got to meet with, and I'm continuing to meet with, that are very enthusiastic. I look forward to working with them. I will be providing the governing body a comprehensive summary of all the activities that are going on at the at Midtown, and look forward to doing that very shortly.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
12, matters from the city attorney.
Remember, counselors, we will have a full-time new assistant city attorney starting next week. I'll send out an announcement about her and her credentials in the next couple of days, and another part-time temporary assistant city attorney to help cover basically a job share with Rebecca Minnick-Herman, who will be coming back to about half-time right now after maternity leave. So, and then one additional records specialist will be starting next week to fill a vacancy, and we'll send an announcement about that as well. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 14, matters from the city clerk. I'm trying to think. We do have community engagement dates that I think we have identified for the living wage, which are September 15th and September 16th. September 15th will be at the Southside Library. September 16th will be a fully remote option, and we are working out the details for that. I'm very grateful to G for covering the study session last week, and I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you.
Item 15, communications from the governing body.
Let's start with our remote council members so that they get first dibs rather than having to wait till the very end. Counselor Chavez, do you have something to share?
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
Feel better. Counselor Merriworth,
I don't have anything either, Mayor. Thank you.
Counselor Faulkner.
I just want to give a shout out to a couple of people around the Zobra. Ray Sandoval and his team are amazing. I also want to thank the fire department because they're doing a heavy lift. And I want to thank Sam's Club and Coca-Cola because they have provided a lot of water to be available to the general public for free at Zobra. And I think that's an amazing thing for to have private industry partners who are willing to work with us as a city to provide for the community during these big events. Sam's Club and Albertsons and Coca-Cola have definitely helped District 3 a lot. And I think it's just amazing that they're going to do another heavy lift for Zozobra.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro, you want to kick it off for us here on the dais?
I really don't have too much tonight. I know that parks have been working really hard. I want to thank city manager for meeting with several groups of constituents with several different concerns. Everybody's doing a magnificent job. Also want to thank city manager for forwarding me city attorney for forwarding me the form on wage theft. We're going to start processing some of those. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
I just wish everybody a safe Zozobra and a safe Santa Fe Fiestas. Que viva Santa Fe.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Lindell.
Really don't have anything other than I look forward to seeing everybody out at Zozobra. It's always a lot of fun and it's going to be great this year.
Thank you. I will turn to you, Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar sentiments. Just want to wish everybody a very happy and safe Zozobra, happy fiestas. I hope everybody gets out into the community and really enjoys themselves. But, you know, make sure that you are being respectful of everybody, that you are taking everybody's safety into consideration while you are enjoying. Thank you.
Counselor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to echo the sentiment. We've had an amazing summer, and you can smell the fall is in the air, and the change of seasons is upon us. And I just want to thank everybody who made this summer so far so spectacular. We had a record performance of the folk art market, a record performance of Indian market. The Spanish market was outstanding. The opera had another season that ended on a very positive note with great reviews across the country. You know, you look at all of the different elements that go into a successful, fun summer, and Santa Fe continues to just knock the ball out of the park. And a lot of it has to do with the staff we have who work extremely hard, and also as the point that Councillor Faulkner made earlier about the public. You can't do it without lots and lots of volunteers who show up to make these events succeed. We've got a couple more to go. We've got a Zozobra in front of us and fiestas and wine and chili. But I just want to thank everybody for an extremely successful, fun, event-filled summer across the board. Madam Clerk, do you want to, Councillor Lindell is asking for a brief bit of a break. We haven't taken a break all night. Maybe if we paused, we'll make sure that the amendments that were being gone over have cleared all those hurdles. Let's come back in 10 minutes and resume. Just take a stretch, take a break, and stand up, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Councillor Lindell will be joining us on Zoom when we resume.
We are still live on YouTube.
Okay, so we're streaming, we're live. I don't know whether our Zoom people are present or not, but we do have a quorum. And I think as we resume, I believe Councilor Castro has a motion she'd like to make.
I would like to move that we change the order of the agenda so that we go straight to appointments number 21.
Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on that amendment or that agenda switch, and then we'll come back to the regular order after that?
Yes, I'm just promoting Counselor Lindell. Okay. Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Terrific. So let's go directly to appointment. We'll take that up and then we'll go back to where we were in the agenda. And I haven't checked in on, the city attorney's not with us at the moment. I haven't checked in on the amendments status, but let's go through appointments right now.
21A, Veterans Advisory Board, Stephen Bregner. Appointment term ending 05/2027. Elizabeth Rickert. Appointment term ending 05/2027. Gary Donato. Reappointment term ending 05/2027. Stephen Capon. Reappointment term ending 05/2027.
Move to approve?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on those appointments? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. The next appointment is 21B.
21B, Santa Fe Public Library Board, Flavin Mark Lupinetti, reappointment term ending 07/2028. Adele Oliveira, reappointment term ending 07/2028.
Move to approve?
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you.
21C, Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, Naomi Boylan, appointment term ending 12/2027.
Move to approve?
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this appointment?
We're good.
Please call the roll.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, I don't know where we are, Counselor, on your amendments. We don't have a city attorney sitting in the room at the meeting at the moment. Let's plunge forward on the other items, then we'll come back to it when all is full and ripe. That's okay. Good. Madam Clerk, let's go back to the item that was on the table is still on the table. So let's pick up where we stopped with the regular order.
Item 16, introduction of legislation. 16A, consideration of bill number 2025-17, adopting an ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Carol Romero Worth and Counselor Jamie Cassett, a bill amending SFCC 1987, Section 25-1.8A to require the City of Santa Fe to continue to monitor the naturally occurring fluoride levels in its water system at representative sample locations and to end the requirement to add fluoride to the system.
Councilor Mayorworth, you want to say a word as at the introduction of this item, and then Councilor Cassett, you're a co-sponsor.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I want to say that this is a very narrowly drawn ordinance. What we're doing here is eliminating the standard that is in our current code that is out of date. It's too high by anybody's read. And what we think that we should do is monitor our naturally occurring levels, which are at the EPA, or the Center of Disease Control recommendation for dental health, and that we continue at this time to, while we remove this requirement that's too high, monitor the natural levels and monitor the legal and scientific developments at the national level as this conversation continues, and as perhaps a new standard is set, again, based on the scientific developments and the legal processes. So very, very narrow situation here. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett?
I think Councilor Mayorworth has introduced this very succinctly and completely as usual. I will just say this is a very interesting topic in terms of the public health world and some of the changing recommendations, some of the questions around the science, but also I think understanding the importance of how this needs to be tailored to a specific community and their water sources and what is naturally occurring in those water sources. And so that is why I wanted to step on and co-sponsor. I do think this is a really important topic in conversation, and how we get that information to really understand what's happening in our water system, and then figure out if and how we adjust as needed based on the emerging conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next?
16B, consideration of bill number 2025-19, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Signe Lindell. A bill establishing a 10-year plaza pushcart vendor license for which vendors who have completed 25 consecutive years of vending are eligible to apply.
Apologies. I was tuned out for a minute. Councilor Lindell, did you want to speak to your your proposal?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So this has to do people that have been on that plaza for over 25 years. And I mean, they have to be out there a certain number of days and a certain number of hours. And 25 years is a long time to be grinding that out, loading and unloading. And it used to be that we had a lot of people that would apply for those limited number of spaces. It hasn't been so much that way recently, but it just seems like if someone has been doing that for 25 years, instead of being able to renew their license for 5 years, let's give them the privilege of renewing their license for 10 years. So that's what this addresses, because 25 years of being out vending on that plaza is a very, very long time.
Thank you, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I was wondering to make a request to send this to Economic Development Advisory Committee. Either way, it would require us to have to suspend our rules based on when EDAC occurs. So, but I think that this would be a really interesting conversation for the committee. So I would love to amend the schedule to either send it to EDAC on September 2nd, which I would love because I would love their feedback before it goes through, or on I'm sorry, September, let me make sure I got my calendar right. September 3rd, excuse me, or October 1st. As we've been having a lot of conversations about our licensing processes and how we may be able to make it easier on the community. So if I would like to make a motion to suspend our rules and add economic development to the schedule for the September 3rd meeting.
Your second? We have a motion and a second to suspend rules, add EDAC to the committee review process.
Mayor,
Yep.
just a point of order.
Yes.
Do we have to suspend our rules? I thought this is the place where we add committees. I don't think it's necessary to suspend, is it?
We do, in the sense that in a normal order, we would have introduction now, we would have public comment at governing body, and then it would go to advisory committees.
Okay.
But this would happen before that public comment, and I don't see a need to expand the timeline so much as I feel like we'd be able to get their feedback there.
Okay, I guess I didn't understand what part of the rules, why we were suspending the rules, sorry.
That's okay. So we have a motion to suspend rules and add another review body to the committee review process in a timely way. It shouldn't change the rest of the schedule, if I'm correct, Councilor Cass.
Correct.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, there's a second. Is there any discussion beyond the point of the clarification that we just had? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you.
16C, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Amanda Chavez and Counselor Pilar Faulkner. A resolution adopting strategies to participate in Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, September, by increasing City of Santa Fe employees' awareness about suicide prevention resources and calling on all Santa Fe employers to participate in Suicide Prevention Month.
I'm sorry, one second. Okay, apologies for the sidebar. Counselor Chavez and Counselor Faulkner, you want to speak on behalf of this resolution, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is something that I'm very passionate about because
Okay, take a minute.
Sorry, well, my dogs. I am very passionate about this because I have been very close to this issue in my work with youth. And the reality we're facing is it is a crisis. We're currently 4th in the nation around suicide rate and 2nd in the nation amongst youth suicide. And so, research is saying that if we put crisis resources out in front of people, we save lives. So I've worked with NAMI, I've worked with Fight for Life, which are organizations we're all familiar with that do work around mental illness and suicide, and got their feedback. And we put together, taking action by looking at how we can increase signage of crisis support resources and make it easily accessible, having information on employee IDs. A lot of schools throughout the nation are starting to put 988 on student IDs. So really, our greatest effort that we can do in addressing this crisis is just putting the support information in front of people as much as possible. That is what's saving lives. So I think it's exciting that potentially Santa Fe could be taking a big step in intervening with this very, very real issue. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to bring resources forward and make sure that people are aware that they can ask for help and know exactly how to do so.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner, you want to weigh in on this? It's, you're a co-sponsor.
I would just say ditto. My co-sponsor did a very eloquent job of explaining why this was important and why we support it.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 16D, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Jamie Cassett, Counselor Pilar Faulkner, and Counselor Alma Castro. A resolution convening a charter review commission no later than April of 2026 to consider mayor and city council powers.
Counselor Cassett.
I think we have had ample discussion about this over the last couple meetings, but in case anybody has not been watching, this would be calling a charter review commission. We've had a lot of discussion around the makeup of our city government, the structure of our city government, and specific to the relationship between the mayor and the council and what should the powers and duties of each be. How do we learn from this first foray into a strong mayor, full-time mayor, pick your term system? I think that there's been a lot of understanding and realization that there wasn't as much thought about the separation and balance of powers as we would have liked to have seen. The last commission did bring this up, and they spoke to a number of, they brought forward a package of a suggestion, but also really recognized that the time and resources were not allocated to them in such a way that they could really deep dive into such a complex topic. So this allows a new charter commission to be called and provides them with the time and resources that they would need to take a look at this and bring forward recommendations in time for the 2027 municipal election.
Thank you. And you had several folks with you. I'll give everybody a chance to say a few words. Counselor Faulkner, you are second in line as a co-sponsor.
Yeah, I think this is almost a dead horse that we've beaten to death, but I do think whereas we have some short-term guardrails up, I do think we have to have a review of the checks and balances between the city council and a full-time mayor. And even some of the legislation we have passed, if it passes in the next election, those may be and probably should be up for review. I think that, again, I've said this over and over, there has to be some kind of balance between a full-time mayor and the city council. Otherwise, government doesn't work the way it's supposed to in a democracy. And so, yeah, we've talked about this endlessly, but I do think this is a really, really good idea, and I'm really excited to be on this piece of legislation.
Thank you. And Counselor Castro.
No, I jumped on this legislation when it was pretty much fully baked, but I want to thank the two co-sponsors for doing a lot of work, and I'm excited to see the outcome.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
16E, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Ellen Weber and Counselor Jamie Cassett. A resolution authorizing foreclosure of certain municipal liens and inviting Santa Fe County to address tax delinquent properties within city limits as additional strategies to address nuisance properties in the city.
Counselor Cassett, you want to speak to this one?
Happy to. So this has been part of that larger conversation around identifying, delinquent properties, nuisance properties, problem properties. What are some different avenues by which we might be able to work on these, as well as looking at some of these areas where we have not been, there's not been payment being received, and that can be occurring for a variety of reasons. Sometimes these are abandoned properties. Sometimes these are properties where it is not being kept up in the way that would make it a benefit to the neighborhood. And this gives us some other tools to identify and start working on those.
Yeah, I would, well said. I would only add that I want to recognize the team in the city attorney's office who spotted this as an opportunity to add another tool in our toolkit for dealing with problem properties. And I think it's a very creative additional approach, and kudos to them for being very, very astute and seeing ways to help our community address properties that have become quite challenging for everybody in the neighborhood. And sometimes we need another tool to be able to speak to it and fix it. So looking forward to seeing this work its way through the committee process, and I hope we add it to our toolkit. Madam Clerk, I think at this moment, what I'd like to do is bring back for discussion the item that was tabled. It's come to all of our attention that Mr. Gould and other colleagues have suggested in addition to the possible amendments suggested by Councilor Garcia, there are some other fixes or adjustments, corrections that need to be made in the resolution in front of us. And rather than bringing it off the table now and trying to amend all those things, I think staff would like to see this postponed to another governing body meeting so that more work can be done offline before it comes back to us. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Gould?
Precisely, Mr. Mayor.
So what I'd like, City Attorney, your light is lit.
Railroad councilors, I think you still should take it off the table to
And
make,
then
yep,
move it.
to postpone it. Yes.
So let's get a motion to take it off the table,
So moved.
Second.
and let's vote on that motion.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And now we'll have a new motion that postpones the consideration of this item until a date certain. When do we want to have it back in front of us?
I think that was going to be the question to
Mr. Gould.
Yeah. September 10th is the next governing body meeting. Do you think it could be done by then?
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Right.
I'm curious if you think that it would be possible to refer this back to a committee so that we can have that initial discussion in at least one committee. When I'm looking at the calendar, it looks like we would have, there's a Public Works on the 29th, there's a Quality of Life on the 1st, and there's a Finance on the 6th.
Move to make it back to to quality of life
like-
and finance. That's the path
Okay.
it took.
Second, that possible, Mr. Gould?
Certainly.
Back to governing body on the 10th.
And then
Correct.
back in.
And then back on the 10th.
Yeah, we'll finish bring the work back in front of us. Is there a challenge, Director Oster?
It would be the
Yeah.
3rd, the 8th, and the 10th.
Yeah,
Would be the
Nope.
actual date.
I was in October.
we're in the wrong month.
I sure was, but yes, so it would be the Quality of Life, thank you, on the 3rd and the 8th.
And then
for
back,
finance.
as Counselor Garcia said, on the 10th to the governing body meeting. Is that amenable for everybody? Everybody good?
Moved.
Second.
That's a motion. That's a second. Is there discussion? I really want to thank you.
Mayor, I think I made that motion.
I apologize.
No, it was that, we have double motions and seconds on the table. Lots of support.
As long as we,
We changed the dates. I think that was the confusion.
as long as we have it in front of us. Mr. Gould, before you leave, and thank you, Director Oster, for being here as well. I think there may be needs to clean up some things, but what a great discussion tonight and what a great presentation. And I look forward to having it come back to us after a little more committee work, and then we'll be able to take it up without any of the challenges that you've noticed in the language. So thank you very, very much. Any other discussion? Could you please call the roll on that, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you for your hard work and the clarity of your presentation. I appreciate it. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Let's see. Item 18A, public comments on bills. 18A, consideration of bill number 2025-18, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber and Councilor Carol Romero Worth, a bill amending Chapter 22, Exhibit A by removing location of service as a criterion for determining sewer service charges.
This is a public comment, no action. I don't know if there's anybody in the chambers who'd like to come speak to this bill, or on Zoom, Madam Clerk, who has a hand up. If there's anybody in the council chambers who wants to address it, please speak. And I believe, Madam Clerk, I think we have one person who wants to speak to this from the Zoom room.
Yes, we have Stephanie Beninato with her hand raised. You are allowed to speak.
Thank you. I did not have time to read the packet, but I do wonder the reasoning behind the change in the ordinance, and I think it would have been helpful if somebody had just summarized what these changes meant so that the larger public could understand what was happening here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands up in the Zoom room?
No other hands.
Very good. In that case, I believe we are ready to move on to item 20.
20A, public hearing, appeal number 2025-9702, APPL of case number 2024-9370 HDRB. Property owner Francesca M. Banchi, sorry, I'm having a really hard time with words tonight, so I apologize. Banchi appeals the Historic Districts Review Board's November 26, 2024 decision upgrading the status of a main residence to contributing and designating the status of an accessory structure as contributing at 1030 and a half West Houghton Street in the Don Gaspar Area Historic District.
Okay, we'll start in 1 minute. I just got noticed from Councilor Faulkner that unfortunately she's having to leave the meeting, so she's excused for the rest of the proceedings tonight. So please note that, Madam Clerk. We'll move on now to this land use case. I'd remind everybody of our standard procedures. If there is someone who has been contacted in an ex parte manner that makes it impossible for you to make a impartial judgment, now would be the time to recuse yourself. If everyone understands that that's clear, the process starts with staff report, followed by the appellant. We'll then open opportunity for council members to ask questions. If there is public participation, we'll have that before the council. People want to testify or add their voice to it as sworn witnesses. After the council has asked questions, after the governing body has asked questions, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion and then take a vote. That's our standard process. So staff report, if you're not quite ready, you're queuing up your presentation. Still waiting for something to load. Are we going to need some IT assist here? I can't see it from here. Can you help me out a little bit? Hand raised in the Zoom room?
There's a hand raise in the attendee portion of the Zoom room by a woman named Marie.
Okay, good. Well, let's make sure when the time comes, you'll have an opportunity to be sworn and to speak. Thank you for noticing. Frank, we're waiting.
Thank you. Mayor Weber and councilors, the Historic Districts Review Board considers project proposals to decide whether the plans meet the design criteria.
Can you get the mic right in front of you, please? It's a little muffled.
To decide whether the plans meet the design criteria for these 5 historic districts in the city of Santa Fe. There are also hearings in which a review is solely to decide whether a structure in a historic district qualifies for a designation as a specially protected building, and contributing is one of those designations. There was a review by the H Board on November 26th, 2024 for a property here in the foot of the Don Gaspar Area Historic District at 1030 and a half West Houghton Street, and that's the subject of the night's appeal. There is part of the historic district's map for the 1000 block of West Houghton Street. That's West Houghton Street. The properties, there are 2 properties in close proximity, both of which are owned by the appellant, Ms. Bonchi. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Bonchi? Right. There's 1030 West Houghton Street, which has the street frontage. And then there's also 2 structures that are set back past a driveway easement at 1030 and a half West Houghton Street. And at view those in a little bit more detail, there's something that looks like a lot split that was done. We'll zoom in on that. That's 1030 and 1030 and a half West Houghton Street. My understanding is Ms. Bonchi lives in the front property that has the street frontage, but the HDRB review is for the residents. They're outlined in red, and then also for the accessory unit, which is also outlined in red. And we'll take a look at the elevations of the residence. That's the east elevation there, the one that faces the street, albeit set back from the street. A little bit of detail about the front portal there. As you can see, this residence has some wrought iron supports for the portal, which is a bit out of character on the east, downtown and east side district for a traditional Spanish Pueblo house, but you see wrought iron and at a lot more locations in the Don Gaspar area and west side Guadalupe areas. Going around the property clockwise, that's the south elevation. There are some steel casement windows, which tended to be popular after World War II. And there is some dispute as to whether those are the original windows. That's the west elevation from the south. That's a west elevation from the north. As you can see, very little architectural detail on the west elevation, except for the steel casement windows that you see there on the north end, and you see the canales that drain water from the flat roof. There's the north elevation, almost no public visibility of the north elevation because it's set back away from the driveway easement and faces north. And that's the east elevation from the north. It appears that those windows there in the middle are the only ones that aren't steel casement windows. We're taking a look at the accessory unit. That's the south elevation. As you saw from the lot split map, the accessory unit rests slightly to the north of the residential unit. The doors are in, looks like weathered condition, but as you can see, the adobe is apparently in pretty good condition. Traditional heavy lintels over the doors and windows. That is the west and south elevations. You can see the permastone, which looks like the brick there. That's faux brick. That is actually made of a cementitious or plaster type material that's colored differently. Again, that's not the sort of thing you would see on a traditional Spanish Pueblo building in the downtown and east side area, but you do see it more frequently and not uncommon in this particular area of the Don Gaspar and west side Guadalupe historic districts. That's the west elevation of the accessory unit. That's probably the newest element of this property there. As you can see, has a window that's not characteristic of the rest of the structure. It looks like a wood, maybe a wood sure how that opens, but you do see the heavy lintel. But it does appear that the west part of the accessory structure was a later addition, although it itself is likely historic in the sense that it's 50 years old or older. And the H board considers historic building designations. They consider these definitions from the Santa Fe City Code. There's the definition of a contributing structure, which is located in a historic district approximately 15 years old or older that helps to establish and maintain the character of the district. Contributing structure may not be unique in itself, but it adds to the historic association or design quality significant to the district. May have had minor alterations, but its integrity remains. What I see historic preservationists look at is the historic, or the word historic authenticity. Historic integrity is another way to describe it. The historic authenticity of a structure is more defining than, say, the architectural characteristics. May not be a distinctive building, but what's important is that it has historic integrity. Non-contributing structure is quite simply a structure that's not 50 years old or is less than 50 years old, or does not exhibit sufficient historic integrity to establish and maintain the character of the district. The Santa Fe City Code under 14-5.2 subsection C lists a number of things that the H board needs to consider, and the H board considered these two items from that list: that changes to structures that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved, recognizing that most structures change over time, and also that distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or craftsmanship that characterize the structure should be preserved. In this matter here, in the November 26, 2024 hearing, the board considered a number of aerial views and maps and two historic inventories, one from 1995 and one from 2024. There's Google Maps. As you can see, those houses are packed in there pretty tightly, which is characteristic of this area because a lot of families lived there and built accessory units and accessory residences and casitas for other family members to live in. They considered that this is part of the 1782 Mesita de Juana Lopez land grant to Domingo Romero. Now, we were not able to ascertain whether Domingo Romero was an ancestor of some other Romeros who ended up owning this specific property, but that's certainly a possibility. The development of the West Houghton neighborhood was complicated by an acequia, which we ended up with a lot of odd-shaped lots and odd-sized lots, and you see there in the lower right-hand corner, that curb area there.
Mayor? We fixed the screen so it's only showing us the presentation and not who's waiting in the Zoom room, please.
Thank you. As you can see, there's an 1898 map that shows the acequia over there on the right edge of the map, and kind of pasting that over the current Google map, you can see where the acequia was and where the outline of it still remains. The dotted line was an approximation of where 1030 West Houghton Street is today. It's like it came out a little bit to the west, but it's very close. Alberto and Anastasia Romero acquired the property in 1917, and they built the house at 1030 West Houghton. And what the historians looked at was his 1935 aerial photo. Obviously not real good resolution in some of these old aerial photos, but you do see that there is some development there at that location. It's hard to tell how many structures are there, whether that's one or two, but you clearly see the acequia and what became West Houghton Street. Alberto and Anastasia's son, Willie Romero, grew up in that house at 1030 West Houghton Street. And the board also considered that when the Romeros bought the rear lot, Willie Romero, their son, bought the rear lot in 1947 after serving in World War II. We do know that that took place in 1947 because of a title that was reported with the county clerk's office. However, the start date of those structures were uncertain because there is actually a discrepancy or a disagreement between the historic inventory that was done in 1995 and the historic inventory that was done in 2024. Clearly, both the resident and the accessory unit were in place by early 1950s. The historian, the 2024 historian, looked at this 1958 aerial photo clearly it shows the residence in its current footprint. And it also shows the accessory unit, although it doesn't show the westernmost addition that was built onto the accessory unit. And you can see how that fits right there into the streetscape as it appears now. Willie, he married, but sadly became a widower in 1968, but he lived there until he died in 2007, at age 85. So he lived in that house almost all his adult life. And H Board later on adopted these findings of fact and conclusions of law in February. And among the findings and conclusions they issued were that the main residential structure meets a definition of a contributing structure. And the H Board decided that because it was built of adobe, it's in its original footprint, the historic look of the building has been maintained, and the status is supported by its association with the original family, the metalwork on the portal, and by the way the structure fits into the neighborhood as an accessory structure behind the main residence owned by the parents. It does appear that although the parents may have lived in that front structure when Willie Romero built the rear structures, Willie Romero actually bought the land from another family that didn't live on the property, that lived west of Don Cabero. Based on the information set forth in the report and the exhibits, the board found that the accessory structure met the definition of contributing because it was associated with the original family, had a vernacular development, a piecemeal, probably built by a family without the assistance of professional construction contractors and architects, with a brick front and varied roof line fitting into a minimal space in a densely developed neighborhood. And so this is what the building historic status map looked like before the HDRB hearing on November 26th. As you can see, there are a number of contributing structures there. It looks like there are 8 or 9 contributing structures in that little wing of the Don Gaspar area historic district. Those in red are contributing, those in pink are non-contributing. But after the HDRB made its conclusion about 1030.5 West Houghton, I'm going to zoom in on that property there. The residence there became a contributing structure, as well as the accessory unit became a contributing structure. And that is the decision of the HDRB that is on appeal tonight. The decision you have to make is pretty simple. It's more or less a yes or no. Is the residence at 1030.5? Well, let me back up for a second. You'll have to make 2 decisions, one about the residence and one about the accessory unit. The first is the residence at 1030.5 West Houghton Street a contributing structure according to the definition, which you saw a little bit earlier? If your answer is yes, then deny the appeal and designate the residence as contributing. If your answer is no, grant the appeal, designate the residence as non-contributing. And with respect to the accessory unit, same question. Is it a contributing structure according to that definition? If yes, deny the appeal and designate the AU as contributing. If no, grant the appeal, designate the AU as non-contributing. Thank you very much for your attention here tonight. I would like to, Mayor Weber and councilors, I'd like to note the presence of Gary McKino, who's the Historic Preservation Director, as well as Land Use Director, Heather Lamboy. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonci,
We'll now turn to the appellant. You have the floor. I think you have a presentation of your own you want to queue up. Madam Clerk, are we going to swear in a witness here?
Okay, will you please raise your right hand? I state your name.
Francesca Bonci,
Residing at, and you only need your street name.
1030 West Houghton and 1030.5 West Houghton.
Solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, just a quick aside. I have Suzanne Romero, who actually was the previous owner of the house. She is the daughter of Rudy Romero, who was the son of Anastasia and the original owners from 1917. And Susanna Romero wants to clarify that they are no relation of Domingo Romero land grant, and that Willie Romero did not own the house when he died. Okay. Am I here? Can you see? Okay, I want to come back to the definition, which is the only thing that matters here, the code. Contributing structure defined, a structure located in the historic district, approximately 50 years old, pre-1975. Or older, that helps to establish and maintain the character of that historic district. Although a contributing structure is not unique in itself, it adds to the historic associations or historic architectural design qualities that are significant for a district. Contributing structure may have had minor alterations, but its integrity remains. This is an extremely broad, general rule in the zoning code. It's or historic associations or historical architectural design qualities. And who defines what is significant? There's no definition here of what is significant. It's up to you guys to determine. It's up to the historic board to determine what's significant. It's very open, general, and broad. Also, integrity. What is the integrity of a structure? Again, open to interpretation. This broad definition, what ends up happening in the historic district is that this gives a whole lot of power to the historic district board. Gives a whole lot of power to you guys who have to hear all these appeals over and over again. Okay. I want to just point out something I found online on your website. It was a report, a pre-planning report on the state of the historic preservation in Santa Fe. This report was done in March 2021, so it's rather recent. As when I pointed it out to the historic staff and the head of, well, sort of the head of the building department, they didn't even know this report exists. It gives a really good outline and, recommendations as to how to approach, the current rules and how to modify them. Okay. I'm going to just paraphrase this report very quickly in terms of what it says about status. So he says the review process, which requires the HICPs. The result is that the already cumbersome review process has become more expensive, time-consuming, and frustrating for property owners. And the H board evaluation of a property's significance relies on an inconsistent level of property documentation. It is important to note that the historic building status was not originally a component of the city's Santa Fe Historic District Ordinance. From its adoption in 1957 through the early 1990s, the historic review process was limited to design review, focusing on the harmony of built form and compatibility with Santa Fe's historic styles, in addition to review of demolitions. In 1992, the ordinance was amended, changing its name to the Historic District Ordinance and introducing requirements to preserve historic buildings and materials in addition to complying to design standards. This amendment is also defined a process of designating the structures as non-contributing, contributing, significant, or landmark, and adopted the official historic district status map in addition to the granting of the H-Board, the Historic District Review Board, the authority to limit the height of the buildings in Santa Fe's historic districts.
Santa Fe criteria for the evaluation of a property's historic significance are slightly different from the criteria of significance associated with the National Registry of Historic Places. This has led to a great deal of confusion by property owners. Santa Fe Land Development Code provides definitions on historic building status that refers to concepts of significance and integrity. However, although these are presumed to refer to the National Registry's concepts, these terms are not specifically defined in the code. So the code is very general and leads to a lot of confusion. Okay? I want to also speak to the need to reform the code tonight. I want to state that 2 status reviews by 2 different staff planners, Lanny McCulley back in November 2025 and Ramon Saracen back in March of 2024. And even prior to when I bought the property in 2019, Suzanne Romero had this reviewed by the city staff. And at that point in time, city staff said not contributing. So I have 3 different, on 3 separate occasions, 3 different city staff members saying not contributing. John Murphy, historian, which is, I can have him speak tonight too, wrote a HICPE that concluded both structures as non-contributing. And I just want to speak to the structure of this, the primary residence. Primary structure was extremely poorly constructed in this working class neighborhood in the 1940s and 50s by Willie Romero. He built it himself with his cousin. He built what he could. It's a 6'3" high ceiling. And there's no floor joists under the floorboards, which makes it a very cold house. And it's made worse by decades of neglect. When I bought it, it had a renter in there who was over 80 years old. When she left the building, it was filled with mice poop. I have since cleaned it completely out, and nobody can live in it because it's not inhabitable. It's going to require tremendous money to fix it up, or no money to fix it up. Just enough money to basically make it inhabitable for a CO. Okay. What I wanted to do originally is put a lot of money into this house so I could have quality rental housing. Okay. Having this a contributing building significantly limits what I can and can't do. Then the city attorney says, well, you can always get an exception. The board said you can get exceptions. The city code requires a very high bar that all 6 criteria standards for the H board to approve exceptions needed to bring both contributing structures up to current building code standards for quality long-term rental housing, which is what I want to do. Down here is just a copy of all 6 criteria. And I'm sure you guys know the all 6 criteria. Yes, it is. So I want to just give you a couple of pictures too of what the current thing looks like. Can you see? You see that little area over there behind the fence? That's 1030 and a half. That's the street view. This is the street view of 1030 and a half with the gates open and my car in there. That's another street view. These are pictures of the steel portico that said this was a contributing feature as to why this is historic. one of the council members said she probably thinks that the Romero fashioned and created this wrought iron detail on the portico. They did not. It's factory made. As you can see. This is the current auxiliary building as it stands. There's a few inconsistencies. This is the east side elevation currently. One part of that building has been taken down in the renovations of the front property. Okay. So this is the current east side side. This is from the west side. This is from the east side. This is all that's left. This is not an adobe building, it's a cinder block building, and it was built after the main residence. Okay, it was used as a storage room for the most part. It was also used as cuartillo. Cuartillo is like the unmarried couples, the married couples that didn't have a place of their own. This is where they would go for some alone time. If you decide to keep this as a contributing building, I can't join the two. I can't take this down, nothing. So what am I going to do with a 220 square foot storage building? What is our future owners going to do with this? Can I say Airbnb? I don't want to ever do an Airbnb. I wanted to do long-term rental housing. And this, just for coincidence, this is the current street view. This is what the auxiliary building looks like from the street now that I've put a fence up. And that little wooden shed on my neighbor's property, that's up against my auxiliary building. I just want to point to the verbal testimony and the rationale that the Historic Board at-large members Bienvenue and Bienchil gave to upgrade the status. It was they romanticized the structure's history while distorting some of the facts. The Romero family relatives did not cluster together, and the owner, Willie Romero, did not raise his family at 1030 and a half, which was never and is not now an accessory structure behind the front property of 1030 Parents' Home. But it has always been a separately deeded legal lot of record. Alterations made to 1030 and a half main house were not minor because the street visible door, window, decorative stucco was plastered over before I was, before I owned the property. 1030 and a half does not relate architecturally to 1030, the front house, which is a separately deeded property. 1031, the property across the street, directly across the street, does not have a secondary residence down the driveway, but an uninhabitable storage building. The east side room of the auxiliary south side structure is not that brick face that you saw on the auxiliary structure. That is not common on the West Houghton streetscape. I walked up and down all of West Houghton. There's only one house, 1028 across the street, that has that kind of brick, but it's been stuccoed over and colored. And it's a small portion of the bottom right of the front facade of that building. And there's another building, 304 West Houghton, that has a brick decor that's similar, but it's likely from the 1970s, in my opinion. So that brick face is not really that common on the street at all. So I just now want to call upon, hopefully, John Murphy, who is waiting. to give testimony?
Sure, you can
Yes.
bring witnesses. I want to be mindful of the amount of time you're allocated. So if you have a couple people you want to bring in as witnesses, let's keep them on a fairly short timetable, please.
Okay.
John Murphy, I'm allowing you to speak and then I will swear you in.
Good evening.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name,
John W. Murphy,
residing at,
283 Plaza Verde.
solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, John. I just wanted to ask you, your reasons for, declaring this in your Hickby as a non-contributing building.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of governing body. It's late in the evening, so I'll keep this short. The the appellant in front of you, excuse me, architect approached me in late December 2023 to do a Hickby on that back property you've been reviewing. And so I'm just going to go through my process really quickly. I do a drive-by. I see if I want to do it. I want to know if there's any issues, so I do some due diligence. And I saw immediately that the 1995 survey had been done by Mary Reagans, who used to work in the city's Historic Preservation Division for a short time, was the leader of the division. So I respect her work. I looked at it and I thought, well, this is something I could move forward. So the following year in January, the site visit was made and the house was recorded. And it struck me as being rather small. That's fine. But the porch was a little peculiar in that I noticed that the front window had a lot of stucco around it. It was molded up very strangely. And then going back to Mary Reagan's form, I saw there was permastone in that location where the stucco had been built up. So that told me that very recently, someone selling the house or a realtor gave the go-ahead to stucco it over. Unfortunately, Mary and myself both used the term wrought iron. That is commercially manufactured. It's a combination porch support and fence. You can see this in the Sambusco catalog. I have one. It was very common, and I saw it in application in just two houses I did on Calle Corvo last month. So I think it was a way to either dress up a 1950s house or dress up an older house. Going around the house, I saw nothing that I felt was either of architectural significance. There's no articulation of the facades. There were, simple steel casement windows, one perhaps illegal window at the bathroom, aluminum windows, and then the west elevation, as you saw, was very plain. And the short side elevations didn't have much going for them. So again, I was thinking I'm going to go along with Mary's recommendation. The shed or whatever, that's what I called it, seemed, very marginal. I didn't really understand how it was used, even though I interviewed the family. Again, I went along with Mary's recommendation that it seemed to be non-contributing. All that being said, I did enjoy interviewing the families, 3 or 4 members, and getting their sense of the history of the property and also their sense of the worth of this building. And frankly, they didn't think it had that much worth. So I concluded doing, what I typically do, which is the deed research, interviewing people, recording the property, and also seeing it from the street, which is very important because the board in these cases have to make a decision whether it contributes to the streetscape. I felt that it didn't. As you just saw it, it's a very occluded image or view of this building, and to me it read like a converted garage or probably or maybe a little apartment. And actually I felt it was detracting in some ways from the main front house. So I thought this was a pretty simple, open and shut case, and I didn't designate it. I recommended maintaining non-contributing status, turned in the form in February, and that's about the extent of my participation in this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My second witness is Marie Romero Cash. She's a well-known artist, and she is on call. Can you get her on?
Marie, you are allowed to speak. Are you there, Marie?
Yes.
There we
Do I
go.
need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name,
Marie Romero Cash,
residing at
804 San Isabel Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, City Councilor. In 1942, I was born to Emilio and Zenaida Romero at 1027 West Houghton, and I am the granddaughter of Anastasia and Albert Romero, the original owners of the property at 1030 West Houghton, and the niece of Willie Romero of 1030 and a half. Some years ago, I published Tortilla Chronicles, a book about this neighborhood, so I am completely familiar as I grew up there, and I knew my Uncle Willie well. Before I continue, I would like to clarify a few points. This West Houghton area was not a family compound by any means. Yes, the Romero family took up 4 houses, but other homes were built around the same time by the Catnacks, Gonzalez, Tapia, and Apodaca families, and of course the E.J. Martinez family. It bothers me that 3 city experts have declared the property in question is non-contributing, yet there have been continued efforts to declare otherwise. I have heard inaccurate comments go into the record from individuals who were married to a family member for only a short time or from distant neighbors. These family houses were designed by drawing in the dirt with a stick. Uncle Willie's property at 1031 and a half was purchased from the Ortiz family, whose property fronted on Don Covero Avenue. The house was built without a foundation. You can reach up and touch the ceiling on the inside, and based on its poor quality, the wrought iron has already been discussed. It was purchased in the late 60s and not made by any of the family. And the stonework around the window and door were plastered over. Uncle Willie did not have a family per se. He had a girlfriend who married, and she and her adolescent son moved into the house, and she passed away some years later. I agree with Susanna that Uncle Willie transferred the property to his brother sometime before his death, so it was not actually in his name. And regarding the comment about the house at 1028 with the brick decor, that was done by the grandsons. My uncle Joe Frescas had passed away, and the grandsons were living there, and both of them were plasterers, so they did a lot of decorating on the house. So I can honestly say that, in my opinion, my grandparents' house at 1030 West Houghton definitely contributes, but I don't see what purpose it would serve to designate 1031 as contributing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That complete your presentation?
Yes.
My summation, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so if there are others either here or on Zoom who want to testify, we can swear them in and take their testimony as well.
We have one hand raised in the Zoom room, Stephanie Benanato. You are allowed to speak and I will swear you in.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name,
I, Stephanie Beninato,
residing at,
P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
And I respect my former sister-in-law, Marie Romero Cash's recollections. Her brother, however, told me that her grandmother owned most of the property there and lost it in the 30s, and that a lot of it was apricot orchards, and that it was sold to other Romeros and to Martinez's. I understand that Willie bought the property that it became 1031 and a half from a different family, but the idea that he was living behind his parents' home was, I think, the motivator for buying that property and for having the house so close together. I respect the board's decision in terms of how it contributes to the streetscape, because there are a lot of houses, one behind the other. If you go down at the curve there, there's about 3 houses, one behind the other, down what could be considered, I guess, a driveway. And if we look at the reasoning behind the appeal, that is the written reasoning, it has to do with the quality of the building and the fact that the owner thinks that you cannot get exceptions or be allowed to raise the roof or improve the flooring, which is not true at all. The board would allow such exceptions to meet code and always has. And I do believe that the gate that she is showing you, showing that you can't see the house, is been put up since the hearing in November of 2024. I walk down that street and go down that street quite often, and that gate was not there. And in her BOA case involving this property, people, one of the cars was actually parking on the sidewalk, which is now, for the front house, 1030, which is now blocked off by a fence. So I believe that fencing was put up deliberately to try to impress with you that it's not visible, when in fact it was quite visible. And those characteristic details are also what make the house contribute to the streetscape. The fact that there might be or needs to have an easement isn't a problem, because the owner owns both properties and can easily grant herself an easement. The other thing I want to make sure is that my testimony in the record is not quite accurate. I did not say that Emilio and Zenaida Romero did the stonework on that ADU, the accessory structure, but their house did have stonework like that when they lived there. So it wasn't uncommon in the area. I particularly support the idea that the main house should be contributing. I like the unique I like this stonework on the contributing house, and it is something that is characteristic of that building, and I think contributes to the handmade quality of many of the buildings in this area. And I have to say, it's the board who makes these decisions. Staff has their own opinions, but ultimately you are relying on the board to make these decisions. And Ms. Bonci now tells you she wants it to be a rental, but when she was in front of the BOA, she kept insisting it was going to be her forever house. So her objectives have changed, and I don't think the objective of how you want to use it should affect your decision. It is whether the criteria for a contributing building is met, and the fencing should not matter either, because fencing can be taken down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is got a hand up or who is in the room who wants to testify? We'll need to swear you in.
I state your name,
Elizabeth West,
residing at
318 Center Street.
solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
You know, this is great. This is really interesting, and I nearly left earlier, and then I got more energy. I wasn't expecting to be doing this, so I'm going to start backwards and say that I don't often say this, but I agree in great respect with what Ms. Beninato just said. I do live in the area, and the area is, we're an odd community over there now, and it's grown up that way as a result, I believe, over the century or so. My house was built in 1927. Anyway, everybody was pretty eccentric. I have stories that I could tell because I learned about this area. And this house with its two other buildings is a perfect example of the wonderful, crazy stuff that we love about Santa Fe. Now, that doesn't fit in with the code. You won't find those words in there. I would definitely call these structures contributing for sort of, I think the owner called it sentimental or romanticized reasonings. That's not probably the way they felt about it at the H board. And of course, I definitely respect Mr. Murphy and his decisions about that. But I find that I am agreeing with the H board this time. And I would like to know exactly how staff deliberated about this. I didn't catch that. Could somebody quickly fill me in? What was a staff?
Not really.
You're not allowed to do that.
We don't do that.
Okay.
But thank you for asking. Maybe one of the council members will pick that.
That's all right. I can find out some other time. Maybe it's been said somewhere. So I think part of the preservation of our culture in this town has, of course, to do with architecture and streetscape and physical things like that. But it also does have to do with what contributes to the culture of how people live together. And the streetscape is a very important part of that. But so is the funniness, the eccentricity of this Romero family. And some people might say, well, this Romero family isn't all that important. But I wouldn't say that, because I'm not important, but I think I'm important. And we all contribute something. So, and besides, that family has done some interesting things, if that's an important addition. I don't know. If I were in your position and you were finding this really tricky, I might send it back to the H board. But then you probably will know what they would decide. There's nothing wrong with that. The great thing about this code, I'm learning more and more about it, is that in it is written a way to enforce exchanging ideas, giving different aspects. Say that the Historic Districts Review Board was given by the Planning Commission and the city a long time ago. You deal with this. You can't say what's going to happen to the house later on, but you can make a decision, recommend it, then we might have to deal with the state or the federal government. I love it. It must be heck for you. It must be really tricky. And I think it is, but I actually love it. I've come to love the complexity and how we all have to work together. And there's a gentleman I'm looking at right now over there, the mayor, who said to me, "Oh, you just like everybody." I said, no, there's some people I don't like. I think I do like everybody.
You do.
But I have strong opinions. And
Thank you.
So I think it is contributing. Now, if somebody said it's significant, that's another issue, but it's another definition. And I think there is a definition for this stuff. I disagree with saying there is no really good definition, but definitions are wiggly. I'm a retired English teacher. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for finding more energy. Anyone else wishing to testify who is in the room who has not yet spoken? Anyone on the Zoom? If not, I think I'll turn to my colleagues on the dais and ask if anyone wants to begin with some questions for either the applicant or the staff, or any of the witnesses may also be asked questions. Councilor Castro?
Yes, I believe this question is for our attorney, Frank. It really has to do with the limitations that this designation of contributing is going to have on any future construction. So we've heard that there might be unlivable conditions. And I'm talking specifically about the AU, the auxiliary dwelling, not the main house, just to be clear. That there are no joists for the floor, that the ceiling is very short. Is there anything that would prohibit the homeowner from making this a livable space with this designation?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Castro. Thank you for the question. This matter comes up before the Historic District Review Board all the time. And next week, next Tuesday, September 2nd, I will have been working for the City Attorney's Office for 4 years. And I have been assigned to the Historic District Review Board the entire time. It was one of my first assignments, and it's one of my favorite assignments. And I will have to tell you, I have never once seen the Historic District Review Board tell a property owner, you have to leave that uninhabitable structure uninhabitable. I've never seen it. And interestingly enough, Ms. Bonci, before you here tonight, owns a contributing house at 1030 West Houghton, the street facing property. And she had a renovation project that was pitched to the H Board in 2022, and they approved it. And she made renovations, including the
Mayor Weber, councilors, Frank, I think you need to be sworn in now.
Oh, okay.
I think you're deviating into a different zone, my friend.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
I state your name.
I, Frank Rublet,
Residing at.
2095 South Pacheco Street.
Solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Thank you.
So just to conclude that comment, Mayor Weber and Councilor Castro, Ms. Bonci pitched renovations to her contributing structure at 1030 West Houghton back in 2022, and they were granted. So the Historic District Review Board all the time grants approvals to modify contributing structures to make them more habitable. And the exception criteria isn't 6 exception criteria, it's 3. It's 6 for a height deviation, but not for a design deviation.
Thank you so much. City Attorney, you gave me sort of a lead into my next question was that about the 6 definitions, and there was some alluding to it being very difficult to get an exception. You sort of answered that you only need 3 contributing factors if it's not a height issue, and you have seen several approvals from the H Board when folks wanted to make some updates. Is that accurate?
I've seen many, so long as it is consistent with the design standards for that historic district. You know, I see people wanting to put accordion doors and steel cable railings and things that are inconsistent with the design standards. But so long as it's consistent with the design standards, and one of the exception criteria is it is a hardship to the applicant. And if it resolves a hardship to the applicant, that is something the Historic District Review Board routinely grants.
Wonderful. Well, those, I think that answered all my questions. Those were really my main concerns. I think we've sort of approached the one place where I am a conservative, and I think that I do really appreciate how our culture is being preserved through the H Board. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. On our Zoom attendees, Councilor Chavez, did you have questions you wanted to raise at this time?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know who the question would be for. I'm having trouble figuring out or trying to understand why the accessory dwelling unit Cuartito would be considered contributing, given it's tucked away. There's no real street view. So what's the rationale for that?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia. Thank you for that question. The public visibility of a structure is not part of the definition of either contributing or significant, a landmark. You see public visibility in the historic district review, in the historic district's code, only for specific things like, for example, large windows that are not divided light, a collection of small windows that have wooden buttons, right? On facades that do not have public visibility, larger windows are permitted. Rooftop appurtenances such as HVAC and solar collectors have to be placed in place with minimum public visibility. But that's really, those public visibility does not come up very often in the historic district's code, and it's not part of the definition of either contributing or significant or non-contributing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. West, in her testimony earlier, mentioned we have the authority to send this back to H board, but that we had to make a decision tonight.
Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia, the property owner has a right to appeal. If she disagrees with a historic district review board decision, she gets have a de novo hearing in front of a higher panel, the governing body. And the governing body to say, we're not going to make a decision, we're just going to send it back to the H board, essentially denies her right to appeal. It's part of her due process rights. You can uphold the H board's decision or you can overturn the H board's decision, but it is at this point your decision to make.
Okay, so sending it back to H board is not an option, which I didn't think it was, but the testimony provided it, and so that's why I wanted to clarify for the record.
I think that would be a very rare circumstance, for example, if the governing body were to upgrade a structure to contributing, but didn't know which should be the primary facades, they may send it back to the historic district review board for the H board to make that decision. But here, the H board already designated primary facades, but those aren't an issue tonight because the only issue is contributing or non-contributing. Thank you.
I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
We can come back if something occurs. Counselor Lindell, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
It's, if you have questions, Counselor Lindell, you would be up now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I've read through this and I listened to the testimony tonight, and we had the HCPI done in 24. We had staff make recommendations, and what I fear with a property like this is that to burden a property owner with contributing status, maybe an insurance policy that this property isn't restored to any type of usage whatsoever. So that's where I'm at with this. I'm going to be supporting the appeal on this. I think that it's been laid out pretty clearly, and I appreciated the people that spoke tonight, and also that, you've got staff and also 2 HCPIs that say this should not be contributing. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner. Oh, Counselor Faulkner had to check out. I forgot. I apologize. Counselor Romero Worth, do you have any questions at this time? We're still in the question period rather than the summation. So if you have a question or a clarifying issue you'd like to raise, please do so now. Let's take a pass at this time and come to you, Counselor Casson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple clarifying questions that I'm curious about. Counselor Castro started down this line of questioning, but I'm still trying to figure out what the extra requirements are if some, for a contributing structure versus a non-contributing significant, et cetera. Because as far as I understand, the requirements of the design standards of the historic district would still need to be met in any reconstruction, redevelopment changes to this property. Am I understanding that correctly, regardless of its status?
Mayor Weber and Councilor Cassett, thank you for the question. Yes, even if the structure were designated non-contributing, Ms. Bonchi or any other subsequent property owner would have to submit a project application to the historic preservation staff and be heard by the H board. There are some changes she can make, like, for example, to the interior or a restucco or a variety of other things that are approved under what are called administrative approvals, meaning they don't require a hearing. But changes to the design of the structure, whether it's contributing or non-contributing, would require H board approval. The only difference is that a contributing structure for primary facades would require a hearing with respect to 3 exceptions in addition to the hearing on the design standards.
Okay, so that's the primary difference, is that when you're looking at that primary facade, there's going to be a hearing required.
Yes, there are some other restrictions like expansion of the footprint. If no matter what side you're expanding the footprint for some contributing buildings, if it's an expansion of over 50% of the existing footprint, that would require an exception. In these 2 structures, I don't see that that's even possible given the tight configuration of the structures on that lot.
Got it. And then the other piece that I'm trying to understand, I know in the past when we've had these conversations around the different districts, we've been shown, like, here's the particular architectural structure or design pieces that we have to compare and contrast by. I'm still trying to figure out from a structural perspective, from an architectural perspective, what are the aspects of this property that would potentially make it a contributing, or is it just the history? I'm a little fuzzy on that one right now.
Mayor Weber and Councilor Cassett, I believe that what the H board looks at and what the staff looks at is the historic integrity or historic authenticity of the property. That is true. There are some properties that from a design standard aren't necessarily completely consistent with all the other properties in that neighborhood or in that district, but does it have a historic authenticity of its own? For example, some unusual design, these like the wrought iron railing or the permastone treatment or the steel casement windows. If they were part of a historic trend or a historic application, and they are more than 50 years old, they would be considered part of the historic authenticity. What the H board frequently looks at is, has the footprint been expanded or contracted? Has the fenestration of the windows been expanded or contracted? Have windows been closed up or expanded? That sort of thing. Does it have the original roof line? What's the construction? Is the construction adobe or is the construction pentile or recent like CMU or cinder block? Those are all, they consider additional things like, has it remained in the same family for a long time? How many owners has it had? Those are all things that the H board considers, but you do see, shall we say, architectural oddities from time to time that are historic and are designated contributing.
Mhm. And in a scenario where again, there's alterations being proposed for the building, how much, if it's non-contributing, how much restriction does the H board have? You know, when the H board is looking at protecting it, regardless of it's a contributing or non-contributing, can they say things like, don't touch those windows, or, you know, that raw iron has, you know, what are their, basically what are their powers, in this scenario in terms of being able to protect the integrity, even if it's considered a non-contributing?
Mayor Weber and Councilor Cassett, there's a broad range of authorities the H board has in either approving or denying modifications, renovations, and rehabilitations of properties. As I mentioned earlier, interior, the H board has very little to do with that. If the H board, I've seen them say, you know, you can build that garage, but it has to be separated from the main structure by 6 feet or 10 feet. They can say you can replace the windows, but you can't change the size of the window openings. You can't make them smaller. You can't make them larger.
Even for non-contributing buildings when they're reviewing those, or are these only for contributing?
For primary facades on contributing buildings, generally, yeah, non-contributing structures and non-primary facades on contributing structures. I'm gonna say anything goes because they're, you know, a restrictive board, but they grant a lot more leeway to the property owner, and it still has to meet the design standards for the district. As I mentioned earlier, things like accordion doors, things like steel cable railings, things that are just out of character. The H board denies those, but things that are consistent with the design standard, the H board recognizes that they don't own that property. It's, you know, that property owner has to live there and has to be comfortable there. We want people to be comfortable in their homes in these historic districts.
And then for the most recent recommendation from staff that this, because staff recommended that this stay non-contributing, which staff member made that recommendation? And I would be curious to hear how they arrived at that conclusion, if there is somebody here that is able to speak to that. I don't know if Lanny, you're able to.
Mayor Weber and Councilor Cassett, perhaps Gary McKenna would be able to describe the process.
I'm curious about I think Lanny, were you the case planner on this one?
Sorry, Lanny back there, but
No problem. She was being very quiet.
Evening, Mr. Mayor and Counselor. So I'm actually the second planner to have reviewed this case. It was originally done by Ramon Sarrazon. Ramon had already been in contact with the applicant and had made the recommendation for non-contributing status. So I used that in part with my recommendation. I'm supporting my coworker there. But I also used the HCPI as part of that decision.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. No further questions at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know if you want to go all the way back. There may be, while you're up here, you may get a few more questions coming your way. I'll spare you the trip unless you want to get your steps in. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just hear really quick again from Ms. Bonchi. And in regards to your interpretation of the definition. You had it up on a slide, but you know, the information such as the age of the house, there's so many things that can justify making it a contributing building for sure. You know, the story behind it all as well. You know, there's a lot of it that makes it contributing, but from your perspective, I just want to hear again, by the definition, why would we consider to make it non-contributing?
Well, the definition is extremely broad, and that's why I want to bring this up again and again to you guys. The historic board has great power and leeway in terms of their interpretation. Why I consider it non-contributing, okay? Because it's one house behind another, right? That's one of the main points. The families cluster together, and the style of the neighborhood is one house behind the other. Whether it's contributing or non-contributing, it's still going to be one house behind another. That's not going to change that fact. And what I can do to the back house is severely limited, even though it's not, if it's non-contributing, I can only go up 13 feet high. I can't really change the location of the house. I can't really, because of the zoning rules, I have to provide a 12-foot square garden in order to increase the size of the house at all because of the, coverage. So I'm severely limited already by the zoning rules that govern any kind of non-contributing building. So I can't really change it. The renovations on this house, if I were to do it really nicely, if it was non-contributing, I would make it so much, I would complement the front house, the brick coping. I would raise the ceiling so it's, per se. So I can do so much more as a non-contributing house and put money in it. If it's a contributing house, it's an ugly house, and I could put lipstick on a pig, but it's still going to be a pig. And the restrictions that the contributing give me in terms of the scape, the portico is now historic. That ironwork is now historic. I can't touch that ironwork. You understand? I can't touch it. I can't touch the position of any of the windows. The windows look into my front my house because they're right like this. That's great when son and parents are there. Hey, Sonny. Hey, parents. That does not make, it doesn't make sense today with the people who are going to live in it today, me and the renter or somebody after me. It doesn't make sense. Okay. I also want to say a couple of words. Now,
Go ahead really quick. That answered my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Counselor?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll come back to this side of the house if you have anything you want to follow up. No? Any other questions? Okay. I think we will proceed to closing arguments at this time. Frank, do you want to go first and give us your conclusion based on the hearing, and then keep it under 5 minutes, please, both of you.
Very much.
And make sure the mic is, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Weber and councilors, it's an interesting dynamic of the Historic District Review Board when they consider the status of a particular property. They do not consider what the property owner intends to do with it. The status has to be determined based on the factors that are set forth in the definitions that have been given to you tonight, and there are legitimate reasons for that. Many, many times in the historic districts, project applicants, they get a renovation plan approved by the H board. They even get a building permit for it. And for some reason or other, the project never goes forward. They never accomplish what they tell the H board they want to accomplish. And maybe their life situation changes. Maybe they run out of money. Maybe they just decide it's too much of a headache. So these decisions are made based on the characteristics of the house as it exists today. I've read many, many historic cultural property inventories authored by Mr. Murphy, and I admire his work. Fascinating. I've learned a lot about the history of Santa Fe through Mr. Murphy's and Hickey's, but I have never seen Mr. Murphy draft one of his property inventories based on the city code. He does not cite the city code, and there may be reasons for that. These historic cultural property inventories may have to follow a form that is designated by the state historian, the State Historic Preservation Office, or by the National Register of Historic Places. I've heard that many times, that Santa Fe City Code and codes in many cities, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina, New Orleans, they have much more restrictive code provisions than the Department of the Interior or the National Register criteria or the National Historic Preservation Offices or the codes that are adopted for historic preservation at the state level. Santa Fe has a restrictive code. So the idea that it's inconsistent with the National Registry is just part of buying a house in a historic district in Santa Fe. We have a restrictive code, as do many cities. Mr. Murphy's property inventory is at odds with a property inventory that was done in 1995. That property inventory indicates that that property may have, those structures may have been in place by 1937, because at one time they were on a street called Manual Street, which I can't find anymore, doesn't exist anymore. Additionally, as Mr. Murphy pointed out, in 1950 census, Mr. Romero was listed as living at 1032 West Houghton. Later city directories identify it as the rear house behind 1030 West Manhattan. 1030 West Houghton doesn't exist. The houses to the south of this property have an address on Lomita Street. So I think it is quite plainly apparent that not only did Mr. Romero live in that property for a long time, an important sentence from Mr. Murphy's inventory reads that Willie Romero acquired the land not far from his father from the Ortiz family, not from his father, but from the Ortiz family, who lived west of Don Cubero Avenue. So that is, Mr. Romero's parents may well have lived in that house, but they didn't own it, which, because in the 1930s, there are many people that mortgaged their houses and took out or deeded their property away and were paying rent on property that they previously owned because of the conditions of the Depression. But what is significant is that the Ortiz family did not live there when Mr. Romero, when Willie Romero acquired the rear properties. I want to bring to the board's attention that, put the governing body's attention, that zoning is a matter that's not before this board tonight. It's not before the Historic District Review Board. Zoning is a different matter. The H board doesn't have any authority over zoning. And finally, to conclude, I would ask the board to consider, ask the governing body, despite the fact that both the staff and the authors of the property inventories declared this to be non-contributing, the vote before the Historic District Review Board was unanimous. There were 6 members in attendance. One, the chair doesn't vote in land use boards, but among the 5 voting members, they voted 5-0 to make this a contributing property, both the residents and the accessory unit as well. So I would ask to governing body take those factors into account in making your decision. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ms. Banshee, you have the floor.
Sorry for taking up so much of your time. The building I live in now, 1030, which is the front building. Yeah, I renovated it. I gutted it inside, but I made very minor alterations to the outside. I didn't need to. It's a beautifully well-built, contributing building. I've never had any fight over the contributing aspect of that building. It's got 11-foot ceilings now. The vigas are all exposed. It has art. I put art from the Romero family in it. I created tile work in the kitchen and the bathroom. That is art from Maria Romero's children's book. I have tin pieces from Emilio and Zenaida Romero, their parents. It's all in there. I love the historicness of this property, both of them. Okay. That front building was a high quality, well-built building. It's 1.5 feet off the ground, the floor. It's got 11-foot ceilings. 1030 and a half is on the ground, no floor joists, 6 foot, 3 foot ceilings. 1937 structure, you know what that was? It's a burro barn. Prior to 1030 and a half was constructed by Willie Romero. After he came back from the war in 1945, the 1937 structure was a burro barn. You can see the outline of the barn door where the east-facing kitchen window is now. He didn't live there before 1945. There wasn't any building. I have a picture from Terry, okay, across the street, her communion picture, 1945 when she did her communion. That picture from across the street has little Terry standing in her driveway across the street, Terry Romero, looking down the driveway, and there's no building in 1030 and a half. It's empty lot. Why did I put up a gate? The gate across the driveway was approved by the Historic Board review of the design for the renovation of the 1030 front building. I put up a gate for security because my car's been broken into twice. That was approved in the summer of 2024. And yeah, I wanted to live in the back building and rent out the front building. Ms. Beninato is right. You know why I changed my mind? Because Ms. Beninato appealed my variance win in front of the Board of Adjustment. Remember that? You guys sided with her in that appeal. And because I couldn't go forward to the variance, and now the Historic Board has deemed back property contributing, so I'm limited to what I can do. That's why I switched to wanting to live into the front building, and I built it really well for myself. So I had to switch my whole plan around. And the members of the Romero family who have done important things and wonderful art for the city, they didn't live in 1030 and a half. And I don't want to say Willie Romero was not an important person, because of course everybody's important, but he's not a significant historical person. And he's the guy who lived there. In summary, first, I request the main residence structure status be reverted back to non-contributing based on the corrected facts stated. Secondly, I request that the auxiliary building, the storage building, be reverted back to non-contributing. And third, I also request that serious consideration be given to reforming the section 14-5.2C, the Santa Fe City Code governing historic status, be rewritten to give clear direction and limitations to the Historic Review Board that will serve multiple goals. One, historic preservation of the historic district that is logical and reasonable for property owners. Two, meeting quality housing needs of the people who actually live in the historic district, both the owners and the renters. Three, a streamlined, transparent, timely, HICP inventory data gathering process by city staff in cooperation with property owners. And D, decision-making process that emphasizes the expertise of historians and Santa Fe City staff rather than politically appointed board, with little regard and respect to the practical needs of the city citizens who live in the historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The hearing is closed. Let's go to discussion and a motion. If people would like to talk about the case before making a motion, that's fine. If somebody wants to make a motion and then discuss the motion, we can go either way. Councilor Castro, do you have a preference? I'm looking at you.
I know. I just want to be very clear that we have two things that we're looking at, and so we will have to make two motions.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Comments, conclusions, or a motion?
Mayor, I'm looking in the packet. I'm trying to find the,
I think
motion.
that- I think there's a number of folks scrolling at the moment, Counselor
Okay,
Lindell.
thank you. Just letting you know that I'm not ignoring your call.
No, I appreciate that. Counselor Garcia, did you want to pick up the baton? We're gonna have to, get to either
Gotcha.
voting or talking.
So I move to grant the appeal, reverse the board's decision, designate the residence. Can I do residence and accessory unit in one fell swoop or two separate?
Mayor, Counselor, if you're doing the same thing for both, I think you can do them together.
Okay, so designate the residence and accessory unit as non-contributing and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion.
Second.
Oh, there's a motion and there's a second. For the record, Counselor Garcia, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I do want to make life easier for the staff should this measure pass. If your motion passes, you could, or anybody else on the dais who is supporting your motion, be nice to have for the record some of the thinking behind it.
Sure. My motion's based off of staff's recommendation as well as the ICB that Mr. Murphy presented.
Thank you. Other comments? Counselor Cass?
I would agree in terms of in agreement with Counselor Garcia's motion, both staff recommendation, the HICB, but I think that there also is this, there's not a clarity of the history here that I'm really struggling with. That I think that so much of this is being based upon that starts to become very challenging to make that designation. As well as the real importance that I'm seeing, in terms of the historic district is the preservation of the architectural standards that would still be applicable to any changes that would potentially occur to this property. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Castro?
Yeah, similarly, I'm really happy that we went through that line of questioning around what was possible without the designation. It really did influence my decision.
Anybody on the Zoom who wants to add anything to the debate or the conversation this time? I don't have a clear line of sight into whose hand might be up. Counselor Lindell, I'm not even sure if Counselor Romero Worth is still with us.
No, Mayor, I'm fine. Thank you.
Counselor Garcia, you're comfortable?
Yeah, I just, I would like to concur with my colleagues here. It sounds as, staff's recommendation corroborated by Mr. Murphy. I deeply respect the Historic Review Board's decision in regards to their thought process. They take a lot of time and effort to do these things. However, it is here in our time and space, and so it's up to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All good? We have a motion to cover both of the properties or both of the structures, not properties, structures. And if the clerk would call the roll, we can take a vote.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
You may be excused.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion is approved.
Very good. Motion carries for both structures. Madam Clerk, I think that, unless I'm mistaken, that completes tonight's agenda.
Yes, it does.
And we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us through to the bitter end.